Yeah, we're back. Obviously. There we go. This makes more sense. Vector listening position. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe 50-50. Palaka jacket offending? Oh, it's this one. But for this, I kind of want some better pants. But this shirt is honestly not bad. Feel afraid to go to the bathroom right now? Why? I don't remember anything with your bathroom yesterday. Lizard jumping on my dick while I was peeing? Dude, swear to God. What is wrong with your apartment, dude? Well, I refuse to use this while... Might not have a choice right now. Well, we can use the hide room for a while, I guess. You flushed him down? Of course. What else would you do? Nah, you know what? Let's go to Charlotte. Fix this shit. I ain't having this shit. It's like you're living in Brazil or something. Let's go grab these. Oh, they're down here. Do you have an electric shower as well? Yes, yes, I heard from here. If Northota insists, I will tell you precisely what I'm dealing with at the moment. Let's look at this request from Christiane, shall we? She is Charlian Soul Xenobiologist. A self-proclaimed one, mind you. And it's her raison d'etre. Raison d'etre? I'm not French, I'm not gay, I don't understand what this means. To prove that life exists upon stars other than our own. The astronomers have long since banned her from their meetings and refuse any requests she makes on principle, but alas, we have no such luxury. She's been demanding samples from the moon for some time now, despite the obvious impossibility of acquiring them. Associate hunts often present such challenges, often with no ready solution. Though we gleaners pride ourselves on our resourcefulness, all we can do in such cases is post them on the board and hope for a miracle. Try telling that to the clients, though. In any case, I would be thankful if you'd take a look at the board and try your hand at any bills that suit you. The guildship has high hopes for your success. No pressure, of course. Wow, we can go hunt things on the moon now. Nugjon Cat. Hey, alright. Anyway. We haven't made a new... Literally... Guys, dude, knock it off. It was just a lizard anyway. Go take a piss in the fucking toilet. You absolute mongoloid. Alright. Paladin Gladiator. That's the one I'm using. Are you the main character, or? Yes. You're the right hand of the main char. I'm not sure I agree with that, but it's in this game at least. Yeah, you are the main character. They in later expansions they even literally make you into another person that already exists. Because the story is that the world has been shattered into 14 pieces, and also everyone who lived on the original planet. Like their souls have been shattered into 14 as well. So you're like a piece of the soul of one of the guys from the original planet. That's basically the current story. But all these soul pieces are like their own people. They're not him. Even though they are him. What am I looking for? That's what I'm looking for. I'm already using those. Not really that hard to understand why when you play the other MMOs out there, because there are no alternatives. I mean, I still think it does a good job for what it is. Like, it's an old school MMO. Or, not old school, but it's old school MMO. Like, it's just World of Warcraft, pretty much. Before that, you had EverQuest and shit. And those are old school, but they are also dog shit. So it's really just using the same formula that we've had for ages. So for that, it's doing a good job. But like I said, it's pretty much the only one out there. Whenever I think MMOs, it's one of those niche games where hundreds of thousands to a million people only play. No, MMO is like the biggest genre. There's no other genre as well that has brought in as many women playing. Which you might not consider a good thing. But like World of Warcraft, that's where people's girlfriends started playing video games. Pretty much. Okay, we're ready to go. And when you start including Asia, MMOs absolutely blow everything else out of the water, I would say. Well, as long as we don't count mobile games. But even then, because you could consider a lot of those mobile games MMOs. Like Clash of the Clans, etc. It's just a very different kind. But I would call them MMOs. In a sense. I think, at least. How many are we missing here? 2. They're all way down. Yeah, no, I don't consider them games either. It's not the same thing. It's like it's like comparing bicycles and motorcycles. Like, they both have 2 wheels, they both serve the same function, but they're not the same thing at all. Honestly, mobile games audience is like mentally ill people, to be honest. Because they all function around FOMO, fear of missing out, and gambling. The only ones that don't are games that are like ports from PC, like Slay the Spire. Alright, so where's the last one? Oh yeah, I know where the last one is. It's down there. It's right there. You can see it from the beginning. Now we go and talk to Britra. Hello, Britra. I haven't done any uni work for 5 days now. It's over, dude. Rest easy, for all is well here. Young Matsuya returned with the babe safe in his arms. Owing to a warm bed, the girl hath already begun to regain her strength. Less joyously received was word of the mother and the father's fate, as well as that of their transformed neighbors. How many children of Thavnair must we lose to this calamity? Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, every death another void that can never be filled. We who survive them must carry the weight of their memory, as we strive to regain a semblance of what we lost. Karasaf and Mevan's babe is a child of Thavnair as well. I thank you for returning her safe to us. I feel so burned out. Yeah, I understand. O most great and merciful worm, I have not the word to express my gratitude. They say that if it were not for you, brave Matsuya and the child would have been lost to us forever. Long had I heard the rumors that a mighty dragon had forged a pact of friendship with the satrap, but never would I have expected such a kind and gentle soul. Truth in part, but not in whole. I didn't know that. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. An isle I have ruled over as satrap, with Ahawan as my loyal servant. Are my ears to be believed? You were the true satrap all along? Nidhana, what are you doing here? No, it's my beautiful elephant girlfriend. But the thing is, you don't need Kufu databases. Because like, everyone has vaccination status in their, like, official health records. That's all they need. They just need to invert that, and then they know. Like... Korea is better than fish, at least. heard from the Radiant that you had gone to help the people of Palakistan in their time of need. And so I and several of my colleagues from the Great Work came to offer our services. The alchemists have already brewed up some potions for Meivan's daughter. But enough about us. You and your role are the far greater enigma. If you were the true satrap all along, could it be that young Varshan was created to serve as your emissary? Thou didst suspect the boy was but a simulacrum. A rumor has circulated for many years around the High Crucible that our most skilled alchemists were once commissioned by the satrap's family in secret to fashion a mammoth indistinguishable from a living boy. Looking at Varshan with that knowledge, I simply put two and two together. I was not alone in drawing this conclusion, but like me, they no doubt recognized that the satrap was using the simulacrum to work more closely with his people, and decided not to press the issue. I had always assumed one of Ahawan's associates was manipulating it from afar, though the truth is indeed far more surprising. It is an honor to meet you in the flesh, Master Vritra. Pray allow me to express my gratitude. If you had not believed in and given unto us your scales, I do not know where we would be. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. 'Twas thou and thy fellow alchemists that fashioned the means to unmake the towers. You were the saviors, not only of Ratzat-Han, but the star. Far too kind you are, Master Vritra. The star yet wants for salvation. Once more will my colleagues and I commit the knowledge and resources at our disposal to the mission of aiding the people in this their darkest hour. It would seem this place is in good hands. I would return to see how Ratzat-Han fares. What will you do, Scions? I worry for the survivors we met at Perusa. Shall we pay them a visit before making our way back? In that case, might I ask a favor? Nothing too burdensome, I promise. This way. Needs to simmer just a bit longer, I'd say. In the meantime, I was hoping I might ask you a few questions. The red sky, these terrible beasts. What in the name of the sisters is happening here in Thavnak? Oh my, that's rather a lot to take in. It would seem the situation is even more grave than we suspected. Thank you, friend. My colleagues and I will use your knowledge to see if we can further our own research. And with that, here we are, a pot of piping hot chai brewed from my own secret recipe of spices and tea leaves, together with hearty helpings of rich milk and purest sugar. I have made enough for everyone in the village. Might I trouble you to deliver a few cups? Drink has medicinal properties, then? Not in the least. The ingredients are quite ordinary. It's so very tasty, though, and has a way of lifting the spirits. The spicy aroma and distinctive sweetness of chai is a simple everyday pleasure on our island. Sometimes the best medicine is the simplest. A lovely sentiment, Nidhana. By all means, allow us to assist. While you lot distribute hot beverages, I'll do a sweep for errant beasts to slay. A far less arduous task, no doubt. When you've finished, look for me at the Wakeful Tirana. Look at them lacing about, knowing full well the beasts might strike again. at any moment. Do they not realize their lives are in danger? Well, I for one intend to survive. I'm too young to die. Yes, I'll leave this island behind if I must. But where would I go? Is anywhere safe these days? A cup of chai. Can't you see I have more important things to worry about? No. No, you're right. It's precisely in times like these that we must strive to remain calm and steady. I do believe I'll visit the Elder and see what needs to be done. If there is any way I can aid my village and my friends, I will do it. Who wants some chai? What the hell is chai? Huh? Wait, I know you. You were the one who saved us from those beasts back at the temple. Were it not for you, well, let's not even think about that. At times like this, we mustn't dwell on what might have been, but look to the future. But what future awaits us? How can Ratsatan hope to recover from this? Most of my friends are gone, and I don't know where to turn. A cup of chai? Well, if you insist. Ah, that aroma has a way of clearing the mind. Come to think of it, we have faced our fair share of trials in the past as well. And no matter how hard the times, we have always come together as a people united. One day at a time, one step at a time. For that is all any of us can do. Yes, back to work, once I've finished this cup. Thank you. Chai! Anyone want some chai? Oh. What the fuck is chai? Is it just tea with extra milk and sugar? That's what it sounds like. I kind of want to make that. There's someone. I'm sorry, I just want to be left alone. My best friend and I, we fled the village together. One of the beasts took him, and it was all I could do to run. All the while I could hear this monstrous voice screaming my name. A complex tasting tea. That doesn't help at all. I bet it's just Earl Grey with milk and sugar, right? Let's... This is for me? Ah, we used to drink chai together often. Shared stories over steaming cups after a hard day's work. It has like spices and shit. Alright, Earl Grey with some cinnamon. Thank you, friend. The pain may never pass, but I must press on all the same. For his memory and for we who must remember. And here we have some quests we need to do. I know we are... So, curry? Like curry in the tea? I know we are beset by monsters, beasts, and worse. But if you have even an ounce of strength to give, I would ask for your aid, and I am in need of a brave soul to help patrol the area in search of any lost refugees. I would ask my brothers and sisters of the Radiant Host, but our numbers have been greatly diminished. It is all we can do to keep the darkness from swallowing the settlement whole. Very good. It shall be heartening to have another warrior by my side. Let us commence at once. I'm just afraid that if I put a bunch of milk in the teapot, it's gonna get gross. Cardamom and star anise. Maybe I need to buy cardamom. I don't know what the fuck a star anise is, though. I thought that was like some kind of JRPG spice or fruit. Ah, what luck! You look capable of braving the jungles unscathed. Would you help me search for a group of refugees I became separated from? As the chaos unfolded around us, I fled in the direction of Agama Temple, along with a few others. There, one of those terrible beasts fell upon us, and I lost track of my group in the chaos. While I was able to make my way here, none of the others have, and I worry for their safety. I would like nothing more than to search myself, but all hands are required to defend this place. Agama Temple is to the west. Please journey there and guide anyone you can find back here. I only hope that some manage to survive the madness. Yeah, the brands have appropriated friend culture. We have to kill all the frogs now. Finally we have to get rid of the frogs. Finally! Frog Twitter is fake and gay. I genuinely don't like it. It's literally like girls liking each other's photos and being like, "You're so cute." Like that's the core of friend Twitter, and I absolutely despise it. We should begin our patrol by heading south, a route through which many refugees from Yedlimad pass. We will cover more ground if we split into two groups. If you should find anyone in need, go to their aid, and if you discover any discarded effects, collect them for safekeeping. Ah, and if you should encounter one of those terrible beasts, slay it where it stands. Once we've made a thorough search of the area, let us rendezvous back here. Godspeed. No, a lot of people have unironic autism online. Like, it's not weird. You have no idea the people I know. Like, if you don't need to go to a shrink to like literally help them, like get help with like normal, just day-to-day stuff to like understand like human interaction in like any capacity, then you're not particularly autistic, and it doesn't really matter. You survey the area, but to take nothing out of the ordinary. I know people like that. They are very autistic. You can tell when they are. You can tell that they are autistic. You're not particularly autistic. Liking map games is not autism. You get Chad Marks just like sending girls messages out of the blue, going on dates. Even though it turned out badly in the end, it was a Giga Chad move, to be honest. So you're not that autistic, my dude. Oh, it's gone. Thank the gods. I would have surely died without your help. What are you doing out here? Looking for you, dumbass. I see. So the Radiant Host looks over us yet. For that I'm grateful. Well, I suppose if I follow the path you took to get here, I should be safe on my way back. You didn't leave anything alive, did you? Oh! Don't AoE. Pick up. Yeah, you did. Yeah, that was ages ago. Good morning. Here be spoilers. You see a strange statuette lying on the ground, depicting a woman wearing a beastly mask. It may be best to collect it. Watching Oral M reruns? Oh, yeah, people watch that. No one saw it? There were like 6 people here. Everyone but you saw it. Having a nice breakfast? Nice, dude. Pancakes are nice. Good luck. I had the last of my Korv Stroganoff. If I get leftovers, like 9 out of 10 times, I will eat the leftovers until they're gone, no matter how much it is. Even if it takes a week and I eat it every day. Well, I'm not talking about wasting food, I'm talking about maybe eating a little bit of something else in between. Welcome back. I heard all about your noble deed. Allow me to thank you for protecting those we cannot. I'll add my thanks to hers. If not for you, I'd be nothing but food for the beasts. You've more than earned a reward for your time. Speak with me again at Palaka's stand, and I'll ensure that you get it. Should I make an egg sandwich or simple broth soup? Broth soup sounds ridiculously bad. What does that even mean? You're just gonna make, like, broth tea? What? Who are you? Are you here to save me? Yes. Of course. I knew she wouldn't forget about us. The beast prowled the area for some time, but I managed to find refuge among these rocks. Bouillon with some onion, garlic, and carrots. It sounds so weak. Make an egg sandwich, dude. least it's got a little bit of protein. However, I've been too frightened to set foot from their shelter. Foot from their shelter for fear of drawing the attention of some hungry animal. But with you here, I believe I can find the courage. Will you accompany me to Palaka's stand? Thank you. Now, let us tread carefully. Come on, nerd. Where you at? Something doesn't want us here. Move, 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 move. Can you run faster? These aren't demons. This is just a tiger, dude. Oh no, dude. You're gonna get cancer AIDS from the xenoestrogens. I guess no egg sandwich for you. Come on, dude. You made it. I'm proud of you. I don't know how to thank you. You've saved my life. No, I didn't. I am going to kill you now. Split him in two. Please tell that brave woman from the Radiant Host that I've arrived safe and sound. I must think of a way to repay your bravery. The work ahead of us is vast, and any lives we can save are precious indeed. All I came across in my patrol was discarded belongings and scattered luggage. Did you find anything else of note? I found a Manusia statue. I recognize this figure. Doubtless you are curious about what it depicts. There is a legend that tells of a Manusia goddess who sought the strength of the Murga, wresting their own head from her body and replacing it with the bestial pate, of the Murga. In pursuit of wisdom, did a Murga do the same, replacing his own head with that of a Manusia. Thus were born divine beings gifted with both strength and wisdom, heralding an age of untold peace. One of the refugees must have dropped this in their flight. This figure is a reminder that the most insurmountable hardships can be overcome by looking beyond the bounds of tribe for help. A figure so fine was likely beloved by its owner. I shall do what I can to see it return to them. Thank you for your help today, traveler. You're welcome. I watched your arrival. I recognized that man from the group I was with, and I'm overjoyed to see him safe. Thank you for escorting him here. Truly you are worthy of the reputation you've earned. I dare say even Agama would be awed by your bravery. He was a storied mendicant of the Arkasodara. When the Hures landed ashore this island, and war broke out, he spared no effort to save the lives of all who were injured in the conflict. He saw no tribes, only those in need. He is not so different from you, who throw himself into the maw of danger to save someone that they've never met. If a Gamma spirit lives on today, it is through your selfless deeds. Take this as a reward, although I have no doubt you would deny it if I let you. Once my watch is ended, I shall patrol the woods in search of any more hiding amongst the trees. Thank you for delivering the child, Robin. Did it help to lift the villagers' spirits? That is heartening to hear indeed. The final days show no signs of abating. But that is all the more reason that we must try to keep our composure. Our lives have been forever changed. The people we have lost will never return to us. These tragedies will long weigh on our hearts. But we have the capacity to live with our suffering, to carry the agony till we too join the fallen in death. It is not a surrender, but a recognition, for it is only in acceptance that we find the strength to move forward. We can fly! Level 85 still, holy shit. As you have finished your deliveries, might I talk with you for a moment? I was curious to know, what has become of Mevan and Kerasaf's remains? We gave them a Christian burial. Oh, thank you, friend. Surely they will be able to rest peacefully by each other's side. I and the people of Palakastan will perform the rites as soon as we are able. As for the child, it will not be easy for her, growing up without her parents, but I promise to do what I can. Once she is able to eat solid food, the fish I catch will help nourish her. Well, we've finished delivering the chai. I do believe everyone has a piping hot cup. I could almost believe there's some magic at work. How their tension faded with every sip. Let us pray the Palaka stand has seen the last of those transformations, at least for now. They are still at risk, at every village in Thamner, like as not. Still, I trust we can leave this place in the care of our friends from the Radiant and the High Crucible. Shall we return to Radzat-Han? By all means, do not let us keep you further. There are still many who have need of your wisdom and strength to deliver them from this terrible calamity. And I will do what I can as well. I will bring rations and supplies from Machiali. We have plenty to spare. Then let us find Estinian and be on our way. Where did he wander off to again? He's out killing shit. The wakeful Tirana. Near the bridge to Radzat-Han, as I recall. Very well then. Whee! What do we have up here? Oh, a big temple. My apologies, but only those authorized by the Radiant may access these training grounds. Aha! It's a hunt target. It's really crazy how important combat music is. Like here, just here, you can really feel it, how it's missing. But like when I played this, I played like Heavensward or something. I went back and tried playing World of Warcraft. It was literally impossible to play without combat music. Like it puts you to sleep. It's so boring. I went as far as to install an add-on, and I downloaded a song from like the Heroes of the Storm soundtrack that I added as combat music for myself. It was completely unplayable otherwise. I mean, it's still terrible, but it's less terrible. Alphino told me everything. Full glad am I to hear the people are safe. Likewise, you will be pleased to know I found no evidence of lingering beasts in the jungle and ruins. 'Twould seem you finished off the last of them. Trying times yet lie ahead for the people of Thavnir. Fortunately, they have a wise and benevolent satrap to shepherd them through. Speaking of which, I received word from Thancred not a short while ago. He awaits our return to the city of Altsdal's Path. On Altsdal's Path. Come. Oh, I thought that was the city. It's not. There's 140 people in this city right now. Hello, Runevan. I have heard much of your bravery. By all means, pass through the gates of first sight. The eye, Ratzatan's emblem, represents the divine eye of Ritra, and how it was able to see through all evil falsehoods. May it watch over you on your travels. Thanks, bro. It is good to see you safe. Given the skies, 'tis all too easy to fear the worst. I am pleased to report that we've succeeded in quelling the threat here in the city. The beasts have all been felled, and the citizens are safe for now. I have also heard from the Radiant that an important proclamation will be made in the city square, though they said no more than that. Might you have any idea what this is about? So Ritra is finally coming out from behind the curtain. I suppose we too should hear what he has to say. To Megaduta then, but before that it would appear that word of the assembly has not yet reached all the citizens. If anyone along the way seems unaware, we'd best enlighten them. Yes, but more importantly, can I attune? Let me attune. Nope. Are the beasts gone? I have been hiding and I am too scared to go out and look. Oh, that's a relief. I thought one of those beasts was going to eat me. I wonder where Varshan is. He's the slowest runner. I hope he got away. He could be with the other people from the palace. Maybe I'll see him in the square. Leave me be, please! I swear to you, my flesh tastes absolutely terrible. Oh, oh gods, what are you doing scaring me like that? If we're not quiet, those beasts will find us. The square, you say? But that's where the satrap was killed. With my very eyes, I saw him crushed in that creature's maw. So many lives lost, such terrible carnage. And you say there's someone else who should lead Loranzatan in his stead? Whoever they are, if they say anything to sully the memory of our beloved satrap, I'll make them regret it.
Look! Someone's coming!
People of Razathan, it warms my heart to see so many brave, resilient souls before me. Today, I would share with you a great revelation. But before I do, I must make a humble request. Do not be alarmed, nor avert your eyes. See the one I unveil for who he is, and know that he means you no harm.
Very well. I dare say it can't be worse than the horrors we've already seen.
Many thanks.
A dragon! Wow!
People of Radzathan, I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. 'Tis as the satrap's ally I am known. Today, I would reveal the truth unto you.
Let us hope they accept him.
If I am hearing this right, you were the satrap all along?
Vashan! I mean, Master Vitra, does your divine eye really see all?
Nay, child. While mine eye hath borne witness to the whole of our nation's history, to its future I am blind as thee. Countrymen, calamity the likes of which we have never known is come to Fafnir, our home. Friends and loved ones have been taken from us. I too have lost my closest confidant. Ahawan loved this land and served it with dignity till his dying breath. A nobler satrap there will never be. For so long, I lacked the courage to face you. I will not easily earn your trust, this I know. And yet, I cannot sit idly by and abandon Radzatan to her fate. A font of boundless vibrancy, this jewel of the ocean. Since time immemorial, has she glittered with every color imaginable. To this dragon, slumbering in his dark lair, 'twas a mesmerizing sight, and one that brought no end of joy to my heart. This calamity hath stolen too much from you already, yet so long as you live, the light of Radzatan will never be extinguished. I pray you let me watch over it, over you, and lend me your strength, that we might face this trial and those to come as one.
I do not know you, dragon, but I thank you for speaking the truth to us. As divinities, both Manusha and Riga once joined together. So too do I believe that hand in hand, we can overcome this ordeal and welcome an era of peace.
A sight that would have surely brought a smile to Azael's face.
Indeed.
Excuse me, but I must speak with the satrap at once.
Father.
You have suffered dearly of late, yet you must endeavor to look beyond these losses to the future you yet have. On behalf of the Forum of Sharlayan, I come with a proposal by which you, the people of Radzatan, might be saved. I say again, I must speak with your satrap. I beseech you, take me to him with all possible haste.
I am satrap here. Speak thy proposal. All present shall hear and judge.
If I have given offense, then I apologize. First, allow me to share with you what knowledge we have of the phenomenon responsible for your woes. The final days.
What the fuck? What's weird about that?
'Tis an affliction of stagnancy and rot, sown into the currents of the star. Though the first prominent manifestation was here, in Thavner, it will invariably spread to every corner of the world.
Gonna make your shit worse? Well, that depends. You're really only supposed to clean the exterior of your ear. You're not supposed to be fucking around inside. If you need to do that, you should already be going to a doctor. To be honest. You should not be sticking Q-tips into your ear canal. But you should, like, unless you're doing something specific, like using earplugs at work or whatever, then you shouldn't need to clean your ear canals. Like, it's not something that you should need to clean. Unless you're like Light Blight and your ear is like literally clogging up every month.
The Forum was forewarned of this apocalypse several centuries ago. Thenceforth, my predecessors sought to prepare for the end times in the only conceivable fashion, by securing a means of escape.
Escape the star? What madness is this?
'Tis by no means madness. With the coming of the 7th Umbral Calamity, the true nature of the Red Moon, Dalamud, was revealed. That it was an artificial construct of ancient Alag. But what of the Silver Moon? This celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel fashioned and maintained by ancient allies. A ship that will sail the heavens and deliver our people from destruction. And by our people, I speak not only of Sharlayan. We mean to save every man, woman, and child it is within our power to save. Including you, our dear friends of Radzat Han. Recent events necessitate adjustments be made, and quickly, but we can and will escort you safely to the moon.
Long has thy forum been allies to Thavnir. I trust thou dost not extend this offer lightly. Yet I wonder, is this truly the way? Is there a future to be built for us beyond this star our father deemed the last bastion of hope?
It is for that very reason I come before you and your people. To answer any and all of your questions. To offer my assurances and allay your fears. Though, if you wish the best for your people, I advise you to render your decision swiftly.
Show our friends to Megaduta. They are to be received as honored guests. Worry not. Whatever decision is reached, your paths shall be yours to decide. Until then, heed the warning of these brave heroes. Guard your hearts against fear and despair, for it is within such fertile soil that the seeds of blasphemy find purchase. Remain calm and attend to your daily tasks. I shall return anon.
We'll do as you say, Master Vitra. We believe in you.
It looks so weird when they run.
Oh, you're still here. What a relief.
Nidana, what's the matter? Has something happened at Palaka's stand?
Oh, no, not that I know of. I just hope to hear your thoughts on a theory of mine. All who undergo the transformation are drained of their ether, yes? What is it then that gives these beasts the strength to carry on as they do? Logically, they must be drawing upon an alternate form of vital energy. That put me in mind of our earlier conversation, when I tried to explain the essence which many confuse with ether.
Akasha. Yes, I remember. The unseen gift bestowed from on high. An energy influenced solely by emotion.
Yes, yes. In this instance, negative ones set Akasha into motion, thereby infusing the beasts with vitality. I posit this as the mechanism by which the beasts are born and sustained. Ah, do you still have that flower?
Bro, shit. It fucking died, dude.
If we accept that it once shone bright by drawing upon Akasha, influenced by the thoughts of those nearby, then fear, terror, despair, negative emotions so powerful as to suffocate it, permeated the air in this place. You must be very careful. The forces which drive the final days may be beyond our ability to perceive. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that. At any rate, I will continue my research into Akasha. Do temper your expectations, however. There are sadly few detailed studies upon which I may draw.
Formulating a new theory as you have is itself no small feat. I wish you well in your endeavors, and pray you take care.
Thank you. You stay safe as well, yes? Till next we meet, and we will meet again.
As far as we have come, and after all the horrors we have seen, there is still so much we do not know about the final days. Could it be, as Nidhana said, that the cause of this phenomenon is beyond our comprehension? And if so, are we powerless to forestall it? I don't know, but how are we still at level 85 quests? It's still left! 85 again? Greetings, honored scions of the 7th Dawn. I have a message from His Excellency the Satrap. Brave scions, you have my gratitude for aiding my people in this most trying of times. Alas, matters here at the Megaduta prevent me from meeting you all in person. As a token of mine appreciation, I have arranged for a feast to be held in your honor. May it nourish you in preparation for the trials ahead. Such are the words of Master Ritra. The feast he speaks of awaits you at Merid's Mehan. Merid's Mehan. Pray, make your way there whenever your business here is done. We thank you for your kindness indeed. I was hoping we might find a place to discuss our next course of action, and that seems an ideal venue. Ah, and to you, Robin, Tia. There is someone we had hoped to introduce to you in particular. While I am loath to detain you further, might you spare a moment of your time? A personal invitation, knowing full well your services are in the highest demand right now. This must be important. Worry not, we'll save some food for you, so take all the time you need. I want food. Thank you, my friend. Whenever you are ready, please join me in the Aetheryte Plaza. I shall go on ahead. Oh, are you finally gonna allow me to attune? Access to the Aetheryte, you see there, has been restricted to a select few ever since the tower first appeared. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but it was deemed too dangerous to permit the free movement of visitors at a time of emergency, a risk we could not take. In light of recent developments, however, the Satrap has decided that such restrictions would only hinder our efforts to combat the final days. As such, I would encourage you to attune with the Aetheryte before proceeding along the corridor. Kinda confused, at the same time get what they were doing with the setting of the story? What's confusing? The style? What about the style? It had that Oriental Indian shit. The latter we have Western style shit. Yeah, that's because on one hand we are in the West, and then we go with a boat across the ocean to the Indian place. I mean, what's wrong with that? Ah, you must be wondering what this place is. You stand in the hall of the Radiant Host, from where our leadership oversees all of Radzat Han's military operations. Sundra, our destination, lies just ahead. Let's see here. Isn't there a button? Here's the world map. This is the original continent where we've been. Black Shroud. This is the forest place. La Nocia. This is the pirate place with all the boats. Down here is Thanlan. This is the desert area. Mordona, that's where our current hideout is. Then here is Girabania. This is where we went in Stormblood. Where they had a bit more like Middle Eastern stuff, I guess. Up here, this was Garlemald. There's like a gigantic mountain chain here in the way. This is where the Empire lives, up in the frozen north there. Right now we are here. I don't know why they haven't fixed the map, but we are here in Ilsabard right now. No, I think it's actually kind of bugged. They haven't fixed it. It says here that we're in Ilsabard, right here. But we are here. Here it says Radzat Han. This is where we are now. So you can see it's quite a bit across there. What is this? What it says. Doma. This is the Far East. This is where we were in Stormblood when we were with the Japanese. They're all the way over here. Hingashi, this is basically like this is Japan, obviously. This is Doma. Hingashi, this is more like if Hong Kong was Japanese. That's Hingashi. An IRL Earth. Well, the thing is, most fantasy settings use Earth and cultural references to some degree, because otherwise you don't have like any way to like relate, and it just becomes alien and weird. Like Lord of the Rings is literally British. This is old Charlian. That's the scholar city that we've been in. Like, you can do other things, of course. Like, you can try to invent your own cultures, but trying to make like a completely unique culture for your setting is immensely difficult. Like, you're better off taking references from real life and like changing them, combining them, you know. That's why they tend to have like real life accents as well, because how else would you do an accent? Like, you would literally have to invent a language, consider how that language would like form your tongue and your musculature to figure out like, how would they speak English? You know? Elder Scrolls subculture / race does it pretty well. I don't like Elder Scrolls. Like, I don't like Elder Scrolls lore. I don't know. I don't get why people like it so much. There's like nothing to it. Because there's no writing in the games. So like, where is this lore coming from? Like, you're reading the books, I guess, in game, but that's it. Like, I don't know. I like the mushroom houses. Welcome to Sundrop. Without further ado, allow me to introduce you to... Oh, so you're the famous Robin Tia, eh? I knew it the moment you stepped through the door. You're the look of one who's walked through hell. Shirabat, please, you are speaking to the Satrap's honored guest and the savior of our people. Can you not show a modicum of respect? What disrespect is there in paying a fellow warrior a compliment? We're all friends here, or will be soon enough. More formally then, for the benefit of my countrymen, it is a pleasure to have you with us, O champion of Eorzean, scion of the Seventh Dawn, warrior of light, an all-round good egg, I'm sure. This talk of egg reminds me I'm late for dinner. Bah ha 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 ha! A man after my own heart, I like that. Don't you worry, I'll keep it short. There's just a thing or two we'd like you to remember. First of all, about the room you're standing in now. Radzat Han welcomes delegates from other lands to oversee trade and diplomatic dealings. Then there are military matters to discuss, which is why all these officers are stationed here in Sundrop. I imagine you're more familiar with each of the nations they represent, yes? We've got representatives from Doma, Ul'dah and Alamigo, Rimsalaminsa, Grindan, and last but never let it be said least, Ishka. They're the eyes, ears, and mouths that bridge the distance between Radzat Han and their respective homelands. We've used this brief respite to share the details of our plight with our overseas counterparts. And wouldn't you know it, all of their leaders requested a few words from you specifically. You're a man in high demand, eh? And so, would you mind regaling us with your own account? Indulge us before you indulge yourself. So yeah, I killed God on the moon. I thank you for the report. The conditions under which men are turned to beasts, the etheric anomalies you have observed. You have given us much to consider. It is concerning that the first transformation apparently occurred before the skies turned red. This contrary to what one would expect. Thankfully, the information you conveyed to Lucia upon your return from the moon has already proved invaluable. As soon as reports of the calamity here in Thamno reached the Grand Company of Eorsia and our far eastern allies, our leaders knew at once that the final days were indeed upon us. They began taking steps to assess the extent of the phenomenon's spread. Our agents were able to confirm that for the time being, the skies burn only over the Bounty, including this island and Corvus. Alas, that is of little comfort. Aye, all throughout Allied lands there have been reports of people transforming into hideous beasts. From what little we have learned, these incidents are similar in nature to that involving the Merchant Council. As was the case here, the victims underwent the change prior to the heavens being set ablaze. And so, while the burning skies have yet to manifest beyond the Bounty, the transformations do not appear to be subject to any similar restrictions. If anyone anywhere overcome by despair can turn, then nowhere is safe. That's about the size of it. Speaking of which, we ought to give these creatures a name, don't you think? Here in Radsatan, we've been calling the first to change, which tend to be the biggest, blasphemies. As fitting a name as any, to ensure clarity in future communications, we shall urge our comrades to adopt this terminology. Our leaders have taken measures to treat with the threat, to the best of our abilities. Aye, each nation has assembled their own groups of elite soldiers to put down these so-called blasphemies and their spawn as when they appear. At the same time, they are doing all in their power to put the people's mind at ease, and preventing panic and fear from spreading. That said, brave souls with the strength and fortitude to fell these terrible fiends are not easily found. Just so, and it is for that very reason that we turn to you. Pray lend us your strength and help us slay the blasphemies that plague our homelands. Dude, I'm only one guy. What do you want me to do? Now, you don't have to give your reply before dinner. I should also mention that each blasphemy seems to possess wildly different characteristics. What works well against one may serve you poorly against another. So before you go rushing off to save everyone's day, have a word with the delegates. They'll tell you what to expect. Ah! This is the role quest. This is where the role quest starts. And with that, I do believe our friend here has a feast to attend. Spare a thought for us while you're tucking it all into that fine cuisine, eh? Yeah. Pray, forgive Shirabat her rudeness. She can be a bit boisterous at times, but it is simply her nature. Anyway, my apologies for keeping you from your hard-earned rest. You will be rejoining your companions then. Do you know the way to the Mayhan? I know Radsatan like the back of my hand. Glad to hear you're becoming familiar with our fair city. You will be pleased to hear that all drinks are on the house, so order whatever suits your fancy. And with that, I must return to my post. On behalf of all the Radiant hosts, I thank you and your friends once more for lending your strength and courage to Radsatan in our time of need. We shall endeavor to fight the good fight to the end, that we might honor Awan's legacy and serve Master Ritra well. You have my word that your efforts will not be in vain. Alright. Might as well get this over with. Yeah. No. Actually, I'm pretty high level. We can do the entire thing right now, I think. I have come on behalf of the Twin Adders to enlist the aid of accomplished fighters. The small folk cower in their homes for fear of an unprecedented threat to the Twelveswood, a blasphemy. It strikes quickly and with deadly precision before returning to the shadows whence it came. Try as we might, we have yet to devise a means to track it, much less slay it. Several brave souls search for it even now, but their chances would improve greatly if they had a stout protector by their side. Judging by your reputation, I dare say you're precisely the man we seek. What do you say? Will you serve as the shield that stands between Gridania and certain doom? Protecting the realm is what I do. Hell yeah, dude. I will take that as an enthusiastic yes. Make haste to the Adder's Nest and report to my superior. All Gridania shall pray for your success. Very cheap to go to Gridania from here, for some reason. Haven't been home for a while. Our liaison at Radzatan sent word of your arrival, but I can still scarcely believe our luck. Are you truly here to help us bring this wicked blasphemy to heel? Then there is hope for us yet. I shall fetch the Elder Seedseer at once. She is leading the hunt, and I'm certain she'll be most eager to see you. Full glad am I to welcome you in good health and good spirits, Robin. On behalf of all of Gridania, allow me to thank you for rising to our defense again. You will forgive me for ensuing further formalities. As time is of the essence, I shall share with you what little we know of this elusive scourge. Following the events in Thavnair, we received report that an unidentified man had fallen into fits on the road, before transforming into a beast most foul. A blasphemy, we soon determined. Eyewitnesses to subsequent attacks spoke of patterns on its skin reminiscent of heavy chains, thus we have named it Gleipnir, for the creature of legend. It emerges from the brush without warning, bringing destruction and tragedy to those unfortunate enough to be near. Ere we can respond, it retreats into hiding, leaving no trace for us to follow. The elementals cry out for us to rid the forest of this wicked presence, yet even if we track it to its lair, I fear besting the beast would be no simple matter. The wounds on Gleipnir's victims are tainted by corruption. We can but conclude that the fiend's fangs, claws, and horns are all imbued with a powerful poison. The smallest scratch sends the afflicted into fits, and death soon follows. Mayhap you know of the creeping death. The effects of Gleipnir's vile poison bear more than a passing similarity to the symptoms of that deadly plague. It swept through the Twelveswood many years ago. The sick found their skin covered in chain-like patterns, and spent their final moments in excruciating pain. It was long before I came to Gridania, but people still speak of it with dread. Is it true that the disease spared not a single hero? Very nearly, yes. Before the remainder were taken, we were able to devise a cure from the Glimshroom. Slow though it was, the scars of this tragedy could then begin to heal. Gleipnir threatens to reopen old wounds, I fear. Yet despite the similarities between the blasphemy's corruption and the creeping death's marks, it is unclear how these two phenomena are related, if at all. Both conjury and white magic has failed to abate the poison's spread. To confront Gleipnir now would place our soldiers at risk of grievous injury. Forgive me, Elder Seedseer, but this appears to be urgent. What? Again? Gleipnir has struck once more in the North Shop. The whalers came too late to see the beast themselves, but the man it attacked yet lives. They are bringing him to Fallgord Float as we speak. Then we must meet them there. Will you accompany us, Robin? Ethelmare should be able to apprise us of the details upon our arrival. North Shroud. Nope. There. I think I should make some tea. Elder Seedseer, you honor us with your presence. I cannot thank you enough for coming all this way. Given the dire circumstances, I would not leave this to another. Where is the wounded man? Outside of the bobbing cork, being attended to by one of our hearers. He is a capable healer, but I worry this is beyond his abilities. I shall do all in my power to aid him. I, in turn, may have need of assistance as well. I ask that you stay close, both of you. Why are you keeping him outside on the bed? Isn't that weird? He's a hardy soul, but I am utterly at a loss. While I manage to heal his wounds, the poison lingers. I fear the worst is yet to come. When I removed his clothes for treatment, I recognized the chains. If this is indeed the creeping death. Do not lose heart. I shall spare no effort. Rest for now. We may have need of your talents again ere long. Chigos, man! Chigos! A bloody swarm of them! That came from the east gate. Chigos are known as carriers of the creeping death. The villagers are on edge, and they think the Valkin harbingers of another plague. They may panic, if they think. Praise ye to the Chigos. I shall remain here with the victim. Let's go kill the Chiggers. They were near Alder Springs, a whole swarm of them, like an army getting ready for war. Bringing the creeping death like it's not. Folk have been dropping dead with no rhyme or reason, and I'm not about to join them. No, sir. Came running back fast as my legs could carry me. Were you bitten? I will show you to a hearer if so. Not a single hoe that doesn't belong, you can be sure. You would best do something about that swarm, though. Would that we could, but keeping the gate manned is our priority. And we have not the numbers to spare for a hunting party. By the time the whaler reinforcements arrive, it may be too late. We'll deal with the Chigos. The one who culls the greater numbers, owe the other a flagon of ale, aye? I commend your bravery. Godspeed, and don't get bitten. Man, I thought you had a cure for this thing. He has no idea my capacity to AoE shit. And he's trying to compete with me? We're more likely to hear the swarm before we see it. Keep your weapons close at hand. We cannot allow a single one to escape. No, mosquitoes! More? Come on then. Well be praised. And you. I've come bearing a cure for the creeping death, but it's of little use against actual death. And that's why I've come. I'd heard tell of a man suffering from uncommon pains at Valgord Float. Sensed an opportunity for philanthropy, and a touch of profit, I'll admit. But if what you say is true, his condition demands a much swifter pair of feet than mine. Could you bring the medicine to him in my stead? No need for payment this time, of course. You saved my life, and one good turn deserves another. I only hope the cure works as well as purported. As for me, I'll be on my way, and give me any Valkin I spy a wide berth. Thank you for culling the Chiggles. Alas, our patient's condition has yet to improve, and it is all we can do to keep him from succumbing to the poison. I know this medicine. It was once used to treat the creeping death, and given his symptoms, it may well prove effective here as well. It works upon the body quite quickly, as I recall. Hold on just a while longer, my friend. The medicine will soon relieve your pain. I don't. It hurts. It hurts. Why? Why? The man's shrieks die in his throat as his body is racked by violent convulsions. He then falls still and quiet, as if his breath was snatched from his chest. It hurts? 12 have mercy. At the very least, his suffering is over. Had we been quicker to deliver the medicine, would he have lived? Nay, I think not. He was doomed from the moment the poison entered his blood, as will be others if we do not soon gain an understanding of our foe. Let this tragedy not be in vain, but serve as a lesson. Though the effects of Gleipnir's corruption resemble the creeping death, 'tis clear that the two share little else in common. The poison burns through the body more quickly than any disease. Too deadly is it to be borne by creatures so fragile as Chiggles, or any other besides. Then that is one less possibility that people need fear. 'Tis a shame a life was lost, but this knowledge may help us ensure that others are not. Spread word, but do so with delicacy. In these troubled times, fear and despair can drive even the goodliest of souls to desperate ends. Gleipnir is the only blasphemy known to us in Grindan. For now, we must do our utmost to stop him from sowing further discord. Understood, Elder Seedseer. I'll give this man a proper burial before sharing what we've discovered. Ascertaining Gleipnir's whereabouts is still a primary concern. Let us return to the Adder's Nest, for information shall be our most reliable weapon in days ahead, and there is no better place to acquire it. Gleipnir has been sighted in various locales, and though we are reviewing every report, we suspect most are erroneous. Fear has a way of making one jump at shadows. It will take some time before we have determined which reports merit a more involved investigation. Until then, I ask that you stay vigilant and keep your eyes peeled for any sign of the blasphemy. Before I do more... I'm gonna go and make that tea and a sandwich. Or two. So I'll be back in a bit. Green apple today. let's see how that experiment turns out. Yeah. All right. For it. How will it taste? I don't know, it's too hot. I can't drink it. Too sensitive. We have followed up on every report concerning Gleipnir, even those that beggared belief. The most promising suggests the blasphemy is currently stalking the South Shroud. We are to proceed there at once, for there is no telling when it might strike again. The Elder's Seedseer is already en route to Roots Lake. Let's not keep her waiting. Greetings, Robin. As luck would have it, my sister Raya O frequents Camp Tranquil. We would do well to meet with her first, for she may have knowledge of this threat that can aid us in our search. It's been too long, Raya O. Kane! I was afraid this situation might force your arrival. Would that this reunion was under more joyous circumstances. It is heartening to see her joined by the bearer of Atawa's will. Unfortunately, Gleipnir's poison cannot be cured by any healing force known to us, as I'm sure you have already learned. Nevertheless, I have faith that together we will find a way to defeat it. This whole Atoa's will thing. That's part of the White Mage questline. Every moment is crucial, so let us dispense with further pleasantries. Have you received word of Gleipnir's whereabouts? I have. It recently ambushed a poor traveler who succumbed to his wounds soon thereafter. A tragic and increasingly common tale. No others in Camp Tranquil have come to harm, but some claim they feel a presence in the distant trees, staring at them with a malicious intensity. They struggle to find the courage to venture beyond the safety of the camp. While its victims exhibit symptoms reminiscent of the creeping death, Gleipnir's corruption seems only to affect those who have been assaulted by the blasphemy itself. We have yet to confirm a single instance of it spreading from one individual to another. That's somewhat reassuring, but it will provide little comfort to the people here, I think. If Gleipnir comes, any defense we mount will come at great cost. Those who fall wounded will invariably die. I am at a loss, and the people under my care can see it. They grow tense and bicker amongst themselves. Some even accused me of standing idly by while the monster roams free, as if I'm not doing all that I can. I apologize. Would that I had come to you sooner. Would that there were more I could offer you. Perhaps the elementals could help. The elementals cry out for succor as loudly as the people do. This I know you feel, Kane. Gleipnir poses a threat to all life in the Twelveswood, and as such we should face it as one. Their strength has waned since the calamity, and I am reluctant to impose upon them. Nay, as seed seers, it is our duty to first expend every option available to us and spare them further distress. Once we have laid low the blasphemy, the elementals will be at peace. Well then, how do you propose we go about that? First, allow me to speak with the people here and assure them that all will be well, that Gridania's resolve to weather this storm remains steadfast. No road is closed to those true of heart. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that you'd begin with an earnest and heartfelt appeal. For my part, I shall reach out to Aurun. Perhaps together we can find a way to offer similar comfort to the elementals. I have no doubt we will require their assistance in the days ahead. Thank you, sister. May the 12 watch over and keep you both. May I trouble you to accompany me? The presence of a storied hero would surely lend credence to my claims that the people's difficulties will soon be at an end. I forgot to open the window. While you attend to that, I shall gather what information I can from the Wood Whalers stationed here. Pray look for me at the camp proper when you have finished. I gotta do that. Simply very stagnant in here. Air. It's good. That will have to do. People drink hot coffee. I don't get it. It's impossible, dude. If we are to convince the people that they need not live in fear of Gleipnir, then my words alone will be insufficient. I do not comport myself as an imposing figure, blessed with martial prowess, to say the least. You, on the other hand, are renowned as a peerless warrior who has triumphed in countless trials. Simply looking on your feature fills me with confidence that this crisis too shall pass. I pray you stay by my side, that those we speak with might be joyed by your presence. Alright, let's go and flex. Inflamed man. Hello, Mr. Inflamed Man. Ding! This is such a good emote. Seedseers are sitting pretty with their guards and finery. What do they care if the beastie is running amok? They'll be fine. That's why they're doing nothing while it hunts us. We'd be fools to trust our lives to those who but don't care a whit. Aye, past time we went south. At least in Ul'dah, they don't pretend to look out for the common man. Elder Seedseer, I was just, yeah. I promise you that we are sparing no effort in our hunt for Gleipnir. However, it will take time, and more may suffer before the beast is laid low. Nevertheless, I ask that you place your faith in me, if only for a while longer. I love the Twelveswood and her people with all my heart, and I will not let our enemy torment us forever. I understand. Man's gotta give voice to his worries from time to time, Nothing I want less than to abandon my home. I'll stick around. For now. A single scratch is enough to spell one's doom, they say. Nothing but to wait for death to come. How can we face a beast like that? Do not give in to despair, my friend. Know that I shall do all in my power to see us through this crisis. Hold fast to hope and encourage others to do as well. I'll try, Elder Seedseer, I'll try. I know you've placed yourself at risk leaving the safety of the city and coming here, and that means a lot to me and mine. I'll stay close to the Whalers and pray news of your triumph reaches us soon. Thank you. I promise you that it will not be long. I saw it. A gargantuan beast stalking the woods with horns the size of my leg. What's to stop it from coming here to fill its belly? Gleipnir will do no such thing, I swear. I shall see to it personally that the blasphemy does not come within a mile of this village. Keep heart, for brighter days lie ahead of us. Truly, Elder Seedseer. Perhaps I let my imaginations get the better of me. You are a beacon in these dark times. I pray you restore the peace soon. I shall, you can be certain. Will that be all for now, Elder Seedseer? It will. I have done what I can to quell the unrest, but so long as Gleipnir lives, they will never be at peace. Sometimes simply lending an ear does wonders, as must be the case for the elementals, yes? Indeed, you are correct. Today was a welcome reminder of that truth, and an important step in our journey. Mayhap I should visit these settlements more often. Doubtless some here think me as distant as the elementals, so rarely do they see me in the outer reaches. You have served me admirably as protectors thus far, for which I am grateful. Yet until we have found and laid Gleipnir low, I must continue to impose upon your goodwill. 'Tis no imposition, Elder Seedseer. You have saved me on the killing fields of Cartino. My life is yours, now and always. Your life is your own to command, but I thank you for your words, and your conviction, which fills me with the confidence that the path we walk is true. Even if that path takes us far afield. Did I ever tell you that when I was a young student, I would often steal into the woods with a dear friend of mine, much to the chagrin of our teacher? Deep down, I suspect there is still a part of me that yearns to wander where I should not. You wanna go and wander in the woods and die? Elder Seedseer, word from the border. We've got ourselves a right bloody mess by the sound of it. What has happened? Per your earlier instructions, the whalers closed the roads to all travel while we secured the woods for signs of Gleipnir, but now a group of locals are demanding to be let through into Thanlan. They're terrified by the sounds of it, screaming about the creeping death and gods know what else. Despair grips their heart. If it consumes them wholly, then we may have yet more blasphemies to contend with. I will speak with them. Wild rumors fuel their panic, and with truth and compassion will I convince them to see reason and return to their homes. If anyone can, it's you, Elder Seedseer. We're doing our best to keep them calm for now, but my man's words painted a grim picture. I pray you make your way to the border as quickly as you can. Yes, we walk. We walk there. Oh, it's that border, right. Yeah, that's pretty close. Let us through, damn you! We're standing here while the creeping death nips at our heels. You're telling us to die! Those rumors are false. The Elder Seedseer herself sent word that the creeping death is not responsible for the recent incidents. You mustn't surrender to panic. Return to your homes while we deal with the threat, and pay no heed to baseless stories. Stories? Stories? I've seen the dead with my own eyes. Don't tell me what is and isn't true. Hearken to me, my friends. I come before you now to assure you that the creeping death has not returned. Only those who have been wounded by Gleipnir are in danger, and so I beseech you to take shelter in your homes until the threat has passed. Gleipnir? The beast I saw in the woods. We have to run. It could have followed us. You saw him? Where? Not far from here. Those glistening horns, those terrible chains, reaching out to drag you down to the seventh hell. We ran and never looked back. But don't worry, it didn't catch any of us. No one's marked, see? That means we're safe, right? But say we weren't quite fast enough, what then? Its horns and claws are where the poison resides, and even a scratch would be cause for concern. Even a little scratch. Then it's too late for me. Is that why my body feels like it's on fire? You told me the branches tripped you up. You said that's how it happened. You said. O heavenly winds, guide us to the font. Guide us to the font of strength. May we drink from it and something something. Skipped it. I don't feel any better. Do it again. Do it again. It hurts. Help me. Conjuring has no effect. There can be no mistake. This is Gleipnir's doing. Even so, I ask that you do not lose heart. Stay strong, for if we surrender to fear, the beast is already won. No, I don't want to die. Please, help me. Ah! Get back. You said that it wasn't. Why? Why? Liars. Liars, all of you. None of us are safe. None of us will. Despair made manifest, 12 forfend. Is there naught that can be done for these poor souls? Naught but one thing I know. We must lay them to rest. Contain the threat. They are at peace. Would that it had not come to this. I was powerless to prevent it. You did all you could, Elder Seedseer. Is that what's going to happen to us? Is there no hope? What you witnessed was the fate of those who fall to deepest despair. It feeds upon grief and anguish, and is more deadly than Gleipnir itself. But as I swore to you, that we shall defeat the blasphemy that haunts our homeland, so do I swear that despair will not be the end of us. Keep the faith and look to the horizon, for brighter days will come. As you say, Elder Seedseer, as you say. Gleipnir is not here, and so you are free to return to your homes, but I urge you to take care on the path back. We will, Elder Seedseer. This storm has passed, but a darker tempest roils in the distance. So long as the specter of despair looms, the people will struggle to take any words of comfort to heart. We will see more tragedies like this. The elementals too cry out for a solution. The longer we struggle to resolve this crisis, the more innocent lives we put at risk. Rhea O said that we would need to turn to the elementals for assistance, and I know now that she was right. And so I will seek audience with the Great One. However, there are preparations I must attend to first. I shall make the proper ablutions at the Lotus Stand. Pray return to the Adder's Nest and await my summons. Sneak squeak. Sneak skick. Hello, Yaska. Despite our best efforts, we have been unable to prevent further loss of life. I foresee even greater hardship ahead. As we press on, we mustn't forget the words of the Elder Seedseer. We must strive to remain undaunted in the face of despair. She is preparing for her communion with the Great One. When the time is right, she will call upon us both. Until then, my friend, stay strong. I am strong. The situation has worsened since last we spoke. Gleipnir grows bolder in his attacks, and the conjurers are spread thin in their efforts to attend the victims. Moreover, we are no closer to finding a means to counteract the blasphemy's poison. With no choice but to wait until death claims them, some are overwhelmed by hopelessness, becoming mad beasts that lash out at their former countrymen. Such tragedies all too easily beget further tragedy, as bereaved loved ones are in turn overcome and sharing the same horrid fate. The people speak of these incidents in hushed whispers, afraid that any moment a monster might appear within their midst. We must slay Gleipnir without further delay. Indeed, let us hope that the Elder Seedseer's efforts to enlist the aid of the elementals are successful, and that united we may at last cleanse the Twelveswood of this evil once and for all. You're a man? What the fuck? That's not a man. Urgent news, Robin. Gleipnir has ambushed a party of wood whalers. They are engaged with the blasphemy near the Guardian Tree, where the Great One slumbers. This bodes ill. Has it divined the Elder Seedseer's intent? Is it attempting to prevent her from communing with the elementals? Bah! In any event, we cannot let Gleipnir harm the tree. The Elder Seedseer bade us rendezvous with her at Sorrel Hay. We leave at once. NFT cucks think they're going to vote via the blockchain? What are you talking about? Holy shit, people are so dumb. Battered arms and armor are strewn across the ground, but there is no other trace of man or blasphemy. But there are traces of fell beasts. Come here, you cuckosaurs. I'm trying to AoE you. I see. I think I know what happened here, though I pray that I am wrong. There is no sign of the wood whalers save their arms and armor. Seasoned warriors would never cast aside their equipment, but here it lies, and I see not a single body. In the face of certain death, even the bravest among us can succumb to despair. Before the blasphemy's poison took them, they transformed. Gleipnir could not have gone far. He may be watching us even now. Be on your guard. The air is thick with corruption. If the Wood Whalers succumb to a man, then we can expect a hard fight. Though I dread the thought of hurting our brave soldiers, we cannot allow the creatures they have become to roam free. Let us form 2 groups to more quickly track down and cull the beasts. Once we have finished, we shall regroup under the boughs of the Guardian Tree. I can cite you many sources of seasoned warriors discarding their weapons, Mustache Man. I have no idea what you're talking about. As usual. Are you supporting her statement, or are you trying to argue against some arbitrary idea that you have again? No, you're just retarded. You find no trace of the whalers turned beasts. It's a big slug. Our work is done then. The loss of so many brave souls is tragic. But now they are at peace, and the Guardian Tree is safe. Let us take comfort in that. I but pray that the Great One will hear my plea. Oh my god. Elder Seedseer, are you hurt? The Great One is filled with fear, an all-consuming fear unlike any I have ever felt. It spoke unto me, and its words were clarion. Drive the evil away, drive the evil away. It can think of naught else, and so we will not receive the aid we seek. Not until we can dispel the dread that claws at the forest's very heart. No, this was our last hope. We are not alone. Ah, finally the monster. Hello, buddy. He looks really mean. There can be no mistake. This is the profane beast, the blasphemy that has marred the 12-foot in despair. Gleipnir. Stay back! It makes for the Guardian Tree. We must stop it. Yeah, then let me fight it. The poison, you mustn't let it touch you. Such fearsome strength. How about I just kill it without getting poisoned? That's simple enough. In accordance with our covenant, we Padalj have been blessed by the elementals. From the moment we are chosen, we are bound to act as mediators between man and nature. The most skilled among us are honored as seed seers, and it is their duty to guide Gridania through times both poor and prosperous. I cannot say which of you will be found more worthy. In my estimation, you both have the potential to become seed seers. Of that, I become more certain by the day. But I don't want to be a seed seer. I never wanted to be Padalj either. But I never asked for any of this. Why can't I live a normal life like everyone else? How come I don't get to grow old? Why was I cursed with these ugly horns? I like them. And maybe we didn't choose to be born this way, but I don't think it makes us that different from everyone else. It's a rare gift, a blessing even. And if we can use it to help others, then we should. Don't give up on becoming a seed seer, Kane. We'd be all worse for it. A blessing? I never thought of it that way. I suppose I just hated not having a choice. But maybe you're right. Kane. And he flies off into the sky. The matron is merciful. The elder seed seer has fallen unconscious, but is otherwise unharmed. The blasphemy must not have touched her, for I do not see the telltale mark of poison. Still, I am no healer, and she should be looked after by those who are. I shall carry her back to Gridania. We must leave before Gleipnir returns. Await me at the adder's nest. Allow me to thank you again for your assistance. The Elder Seed Seer has been delivered into the care of Eisumiyan, and by the grace of the elementals will she make a full recovery. In fact, she has already regained consciousness, but is not yet allowed to receive visitors. We can but wait for now. God damn it! I was useless! I could do nothing while the Elder Seedseer faced Gleipnir alone. I was to be her shield. That I stand before you while she lies abed is proof of my failure. Anesena lives still, and still she requires your protection. You truly are the hero of whom the bards sing, aren't you? You've suffered terrible trials, yet still you stand tall and resolute. Thank you for your counsel. How close I came to forgetting the lesson of my past. I've spoken of it to few. Truth be told, it brings me shame to recall it. I fought at Cartano, not as a soldier of the Eorzean Alliance, but as a conscript in the Guardian Imperial Army. Clad in armor and magitech, another drop in a sea of pitiless metal. You grow numb to the violence and the killing out of necessity. It becomes routine, work to earn your next meal. But then the moon shattered, and the dragon emerged, and when the dust had settled, I was another body clinging to life amongst the fallen. I remember staring at the burning sun above, growing weaker, wondering if the heat or an Eorzean blade would finish the job. But it wasn't death that came, but salvation. I was delivered from my well-earned fate by the Elder Seedseer. She deigned to save a man who once bared steel against her people. Her kindness didn't end there. Once my wounds had healed, she welcomed me with open arms. Never did she regard me with distrust, nor did she even make me feel obliged to repay my debt. She fought not to take life, but to safeguard it. Through our friendship, I came to see the wisdom in that distinction, and pledged my remaining years to her service. Would have accomplished nothing to throw myself against Gleipnir in vain, and even if there was profit to be found in the sacrifice, she would not abide it. Your words served to remind me of this. We will defeat the blasphemy eye, but we will do so without forsaking that which we hold dear. This I swear. More! Robin, the Elder Seedseer has grown strong enough to receive visitors. Come, we must go to Stillglade Fane at once. That was fast. Is this way closer? I think so. Just running. I could have gone back and teleported, but just barely any difference. There's the crystal. Elder Seedseer, it fills my heart with joy to see you in better health. I am gladdened by your presence as well, my friend. At lest you wonder? Know that the conjurers found no trace of the poison in my humors. If you are ready, I would resume our search for Gleipnir. They may be up to the task, but you are not. 'Tis one thing to engage in conversation, quite another to go gallivanting about the Twelves Wood, hunting a blasphemy. I am aware you are a conjurer of surpassing skill and would not presume to gainsay your judgment, but have my wounds not healed? Those visible to the naked eye, perhaps? I worry that the strain of your communion with the Great One has taken a toll on you in ways we may struggle to perceive. The Great One is a being of purest ether, and you were exposed to its unbridled despair, its raw terror. There may be consequences. I am aware of that, but Gleipnir must be stopped. Until the blasphemy is laid low, people will continue to die. How am I to carry out my duties cloistered here? How am I to deliver the forest and its people from its despair? 'Tis your duties that demand you remain. I understand your frustration, but if you were to fall in battle, if your guiding light you bear were to fade, then all Gridania would be lost. Rest, Kane. Rest and gather your strength, so that when the time comes, you are fit to do what must be done. In the meantime, trust in your allies. You are right. That said, I see no reason I cannot join in planning our next step. As you said before, conversation is quite unlike gallivanting about on a hunt. Our encounter with Gleipnir has made it plain that we cannot hope to triumph over it as we are. Only with the Great One's power can we achieve victory. When the seventh umbral calamity was nigh, the Great One committed a portion of its boundless strength to extend a barrier over heaven and earth. The Ermine Hedge. Thus was the Twelveswood spared the worst. If we could convince it again to lend us even a small measure of that power, we would not need fear the poison. Therefore, I believe we should pour our efforts into placating the elementals, that we might earn their favor. We must make your voice heard, then, yes? Indeed, we must find a way to assure the Great One of our good intentions, to remind it that we labor not for its destruction, but its salvation. I think too that we must gain a greater understanding of what drives Gleipnir. It seems to bear a resentment towards the elementals, the Great One in particular. Why? I have pondered this question myself. Lingering memories of the person Gleipnir once was may be responsible. Reports from Radzat suggest this is likely the case, in fact. If we could but ascertain the original identity of the blasphemy, but where are we even to begin our investigation? Actually... You were granted a vision of Gleipnir's past, and I was there? Then I may know who he is, or was. As do I, the boy who trained alongside Kan-E in her youth. Easura Supin, after all these years, is this what became of him? Ah, you mentioned him briefly before. Were you close? Easura was Pajali, like me, but he had never known his parents. He devoted himself wholly to his studies. He embraced the role the forest had bestowed upon him, and truth be told was a much better student than I ever was. A fair assessment. Despite your esteemed heritage, you never took to my lessons as well as he, ever dreaming of the outside world. Stealing off into the woods more time than I can count, I could not keep watch over you at all hours, not even if I tried. The Elder Seedseer, a rebellious spirit, I can scarce imagine it. I resented being a Pajal. It was inconceivable to me that I could not live among the others, and I did not scruple to express my misgivings to Esumiyan at every opportunity. Easura was a pillar of constant support. It was thanks to his encouragement that I at last embraced my destiny and resolved to use my gifts for the greater good. We would become Seedseers together, I believed, until one fateful day, when we were gathering herbs in the forest at Esumiyan's behest. We met a wanderer hailing from a distant land, who told us his beloved was with child. and that he had traveled to Gridania to beseech the Great One for a painless birth. He asked us to guide him to the Guardian Tree. However, entry into such sacred places was not ours to permit, and there was something odd about his demeanor besides. With regret, I refused him, but Ezura was loath to turn away a goodly stranger in need. He agreed to guide the man, despite my protestations. I ran to Esumiyan as fast as I could, and together we made haste to the Guardian Tree. We found the man motionless on the ground, having succumbed to the Great One's rage, and next to him was Easura, alive but unconscious. In time he recovered and related the whole story. In truth, the man had been an adventurer, a seeker of wealth and glory, and as he had knelt to make false supplications, he lunged forward to tear a branch from the Guardian Tree. He was yet a child, and Easura had no inkling of the darkness that could dwell within men's heart. He learned the lesson that day, but the price he paid for it was great indeed. The Great One stripped Easura of his horns, and with them the right to call himself a Pajal. I was forced to expel him from the fane. I never saw him again, nor heard a word of what happened to him, though not for lack of trying. Despite his hardships, did he remain in the Twelveswood all this time, I wonder? He dreamed of naught else but becoming Seedseer, of a life in service to the people and the forest. I knew the weight of the responsibility and was eager to bear it. He knew the weight of the responsibility and was eager to bear it. But he was deprived of that purpose by the very elementals he loved, and yet he did not lose that will to serve, I suspect, and instead resolved to watch over the Twelveswood in his own way. I shudder to think what could have hastened his transformation into Gleipnir, as if his life was not harsh enough. In our final conversation, Easura confided in me that he would search for a means to calm the Great One's rage and earn absolution. To that end, he said that he would seek the counsel of the Mughals. They have called the Twelveswood home for far longer than we have, and so none are more like to have knowledge of its most hidden workings. That comes as no surprise. He would not give up so easily on his dream. Even if the Mughals know naught of Easura, they may be able to help us in other ways. Will you travel to the Bramble Patch in my stead, Robin? I have faith they will accept you with their characteristic aplomb. Leave it to me, I will kill the Mughals again. A lot less tea than I was hoping. Huh? Quite a peculiar face you have, Kupul. Familiar too. You wouldn't be the self-same warrior who gave the legendary Mughal scar. What for, would you? Robin, was it? Hey dude, sorry about that. Aha! It's an honor to meet you. Allow me to thank you personally for bringing that silliness to an end. Pukwapica's the name. What brings you to our neck of the Twelveswood? Why, what a pleasant coincidence. We were discussing how we ought to go about calming the elementals, Kapul. That blasphemy with the dreadful horns has got them on edge, and for good reason. I've had to ask my personal guard here to sleep with one eye open. In case you haven't noticed, the beast's corruption has been spreading all throughout the woods. Needless to say, we've all got to stand up and put the Twelveswood to rights. Raya O suggested that the Mughals contribute by scouring the forest for even the smallest signs of taint. Got to cleanse it before it gets out of hand, you know? Difficult and time-consuming work, but if it's in service to the forest, then we'll do it gladly, Kupo. Hey, I know you. You're the adventurer who gave me some of my finest scars. Coup de Coup of the Mughal scar. No hard feelings about the whole Hail to the King Kupo bit, I hope. Not going to call for a rematch either, in case you're worried about that. Raya O and the others cured us of our tempering and afterwards set us down for a stern lecture. No more calling upon good King Mogulmog the 12th for us. May he ever remain unsummoned in his royal grace and splendor. Indeed, what better way to make up for past indiscretions than to serve the realm? Even now our kin scour every realm of the Twelveswood, and we would be remiss not to do our part. We would be overjoyed to have a hero such as you helping us as well, if you're willing. Something tells me you have a sharp eye for the taint we seek to cleanse. Can we count on you, Kupo? No. Your reputation for magnanimity is well deserved. Let's begin by moving to higher ground, that we may survey the area and locate any particularly nasty spots of blight. Okay. Where the hell are you? There? Can't be flying. Oh, you were able to make your way up here after all. I was worried you'd be stuck. Apologies for leaving you behind, but it's so easy to forget that your kind lacks wings, Kupo. Now then, where is it? There! To the south! That festering taint at once. Let us cleanse that festering taint at once. Where? How'd you see all the way there? You're bullshitting me. Tainted sprite. That was some fine work, Kupo. I dare say it's in even better shape than it was before. The others are doubtless flittering about, stamping out corruption, wheresoever it rears its hideous head. If I were the Great One, I would be applauding our efforts. Well, insofar as a being without hands can clap, I suppose. How goes the taint cleansing? Coup-de-coup. I did what I could, but I swear as soon as I finish with one area, two more start manifesting a fresh taint. The forest's ability to heal itself is waning, and this sickness is spreading too fast for even a legion of Mughals to manage, if we don't come up with a better solution soon. The situation is more grave than we imagined. What do we do? We should maintain our efforts to purify the forest regardless, but since there are only so many of us, we must also help the forest to remember how to help itself. A brilliant idea, I think. How do we go about doing that? Well, I was just getting to that part. Kupo, I've got it! We perform the friending. The friending? What in the name of good King Mogulmog the 12th, may he shower us with love and compassion and kuponuts? Is that? Truth be told, I couldn't remember the ancient rite's name, so I just made something up on the spot, Kupo. But let's forget about that for now and move on to the stuff I do remember. It's an old ceremony, first performed when the nation of Gridania was but a spark of an idea of a random thought in its founders' heads. They know that if they were to establish a home within the Twelves Wood, that they would first have to entreat the elementals for permission. So a mage in their company found and cleansed a few sources of foul ether, planting saplings in their place, and consecrated the soil with a prayer to show the forest the purity of their intentions. The elementals were so taken with his display that not only did they permit his people to settle within the forest, they also bestowed upon him their blessing as proof of their new covenant, Kupo. Yeah, I remember now. The Grindanians still honor the agreement to this day. Every tree that is cut down, a sapling is planted. So if we follow history's example, we can soothe the forest's pain and also nourish it with new life. That's right, Kupo. 344, are you in queue? Oh, but I wasn't finished with the story. Remember the mage who planted those sacred saplings? He was none other than Jorin, sire of Ai-Ohokpota, the very first Pajal. From that day forward, the elementals would bless a select few hearers with horns, favoring them with their fellowship. The Pajal were exalted by all the peoples of the Twelves Wood, even if we Mughals look upon them with awe, and that's how it all began. Something wrong, Kupo? You have a strange look on your face. Gleipnir may be a Pajal. A former Pajal, at least. How dreadful, Kupo. But what exactly are you saying? I don't know. Make something up. So the man you think may have become Gleipnir was a Pajal stripped of his blessing. And the blasphemy kills with a poison that manifests symptoms that resemble those of the creeping death. I feel sorry for this Easura, to love the elementals only to be shunned by them, to be surrounded by the beauty of the Twelves Wood and know that he was forever an outsider, all for a child's mistake. That despair could easily have caused him to turn, and this poison that preys upon those who bear the Twelves Wood's blessing, the Hearers, just like the creeping death once did, might be another manifestation of that despair. That would explain the elementals' unease, Kupo. We must redouble our efforts to plant saplings, or they might never speak to us again. Indeed. Well, first things first, we must gather as many saplings as we can. Robin, wait for us at the Adder's Nest and make ready for a long and backbreaking day. Holy shit. That's so much reading. Oh my god. No, you can't teleport there. You have to run. Welcome back, Robin. Did the Mughals have any insight into our problems? A reenactment of the ceremony which laid the foundation of Gridania. A fitting plan given the gravity of the threat our nation now faces. As ever, there is much work to be done before we can even begin. While the Mughals gather saplings, we shall continue to scour the Twelves Wood for new beasts that must be purged. Let us pray that the Elder Seedseer regains her strength quickly as well. For now, take a rest, my friend. 'Tis a rare indulgence these days, and one you've earned 1,000 times over. Right? Yeah. We're too low level now. However, we can get the level. by actually playing the game a little bit. Ooh! Nice. I like getting the new ones instead of getting like fucking Sasha. Oh yeah, these two transform as well.
My friends, heed me. These are children of Stavner.
We don't care. I'm gonna kill them.
Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
I want my DPS meter.
If this is the only way, I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
Bonk. This guy is struggling. Holy shit, how far back are you, dude? What the hell? I feel like I'm playing with NPCs. There it is. They're doing decent DPS. Decent, but still really bad. It's too late. It's too late for us. Oh, that's this one. Wait, huh? Not bad. Oh. Oh, please. I didn't do more damage than that. Never mind. Oh, Ring of Offending. I already have that. Lame.
Presence I sense. The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
Now, come on. Why am I dying? Why are you using physic? Should you even need to use physic? It's hopeless! The path doesn't seem open. Let's finish killing them, I guess. invulnerable for this guy's sake. Oops, one too many. Poison Heart. What does that even do? Ah, okay. Oh, gloves? I need new pants though, like... I wouldn't mind switching over to that armor. But not without new pants. Like, I need pants. My pants look terrible. I never bother with getting the accessories for cosmetics because they look like trash, all of them anyway. It just matter. Oh, what now? We get some more? No! Doesn't matter. Use my invul. What is that? Orchidon. Astrologian. Time to limit break. Limit break. Limit break. Whoop. You died? Alright. Oh, he was in the middle of the limit break. Level up. Hmm. These gloves don't fit at all. Lightning has not been seen since our last encounter. This brief respite may be our best chance to quell the Great One's terror. Make way for the saplings, Kupo! We've had plenty of practice cultivating our garden, so selecting the most robust ones was a simple matter. That was the hardest work, so you can help us with the easy part. If you see a spot of corruption, cleanse the taint and plant the sapling in its place, Kupo. Do it enough times and the Great One is sure to understand that we're doing all we can to heal the forest, which ought to brighten its mood. We'll see to the East Shroud. You should have no trouble taking care of the rest, Kupo. Your efforts are much appreciated. We will begin without further delay. I trust you will not object to my company. I dare say healing the forest is one task for which I am more qualified than most. Elder Seedseer, are you well enough to leave the city? I should like to think I have been for some time. In any event, Eizumi has finally grown tired of my objections and ceased his attempts to detain me further. Allow me to be the one to consecrate these saplings. It would be an honor to offer words of thanks to the forest for its bounty. Please do, Kupo. A prayer from the Elder Seedseer herself would surely hasten their growth from tiny sapling to towering tree. Such is my hope. As Jorin did before me, I shall approach the Great One in friendship, that it might see through the veil of fear that blinds it and remember our covenant. Let us begin by cleansing all traces of corruption in the central shroud. For 2 green tear, I sense that the flow of ether has become warped there. Impressive, Kupo. Not even my keen eyes could spot corruption from such a distance. It is but one of many talents I owe to the elementals. Well then, shall we be on our way? Green tear. Right? In gratitude for your boundless blessings do I offer this gift. May it nourish you and nourish us. At last, the earth is cleansed. There is a settlement not far from here. We should tell them of this sapling, bid them watch over and keep it safe from harm. Of course, Elder Seed's here. I shall relay your words forthwith. It will give the people hope to know that they can aid the restoration of the 12-Swood. Thank you. And now we must go. To Silent Arbor. There's something foul impedes the flow of ether. Let us hurry. Where? The injury has begun to heal, and our next destination lies to the north. Near Hurstmill, I believe. 'Tis faint, for we are far from the source. Nevertheless, 'tis faint, for we are far from the source. Nevertheless, I am certain it is there. Come. Where? Hurstmill. It's like the other side of the world. Why'd you bring me down here? "'Tis fortunate that the corruption here is faint. A simple prayer should suffice to cleanse this soil, after which we may plant the sapling." Sage is okay? I haven't tried it yet. I'll try it in other classes when I finish the story, but I want to try it. Though I still think White Mage is the nicest healer, personally at least. But The thing is, they're kind of sameish. Like, it's the same for the tanks. The tanks and the healers are all kind of sameish. And I don't really like it. They lost a lot of identity going into Shadowbringers, I think. I sense no other disruptions in the etheric flow, which leads me to believe that the Muggles have already seen to the remainder. Indeed, the Twelves would size with a contentment I have not felt in a long while. But it will serve to placate the Great One I cannot... But will it serve to placate the Great One I cannot say? Until we visit this... Not until we visit the Guardian Tree. They simplified the tanks, like, insane amounts when Shadowbringer came out. And they also made it easier to hold aggro at all. I mean, it was already easy, but they made it, like, impossible to not hold aggro. So now it's basically like you have a 1-2-3 combo, and then you have like another button that activates another 1-2-3 combo, and that's like the entire class for all of them. Excuse me, but you're the Elder Seeds here, aren't you? What brings you all the way to our village? Corruption has had upset the balance of ether, but that we have since cleansed with prayer and saplings. Thus has the Twelveswood reclaimed a measure of peace. Gunblade is no, it's like even more the same. It's like the penultimate, exactly what I just described. They are all basically Fellcleave now. Like, they're all playing warriors. You do your little combo, then you press a button, and that button makes you like smash the same button over and over and over again. And then you go back to pressing 1, 2, 3. For Gunblade, that is the Gunblade combo, which is 4 buttons, but they've changed that now, so now it's 1 button again. For Paladin, it's Holy Spirit spam. For Warrior, still Fellcleave. For Dark Knight, you press the button that lets you do what is it called? Quietus and the other single target thing. And that's it. Like, there are some minor variances. With Dark Knight, you have to spend your resource. Like every 30 seconds. Or when it caps. With Gunbreaker, you have to just make sure that you don't overcap on ammo. So that sometimes you have to spend an ammo cartridge. As Paladin, you literally don't have anything. Like, the only thing you have to worry about is like not overcapping on Oath Gauge, but that doesn't affect your DPS. That's literally only a shield. Otherwise, it's just like pretty straightforward. But yeah, the DPS classes are much more interesting. It's actually really boring. Like, I don't know how much you've been tanking at all. But tanking is super boring. Because every encounter, almost every encounter in the game, is designed so that the tank doesn't do anything. Like, you don't do the mechanics as tank. The DPS and the healer are all the ones doing mechanics. You're just standing there. So when I'm doing raids and stuff, I always just rush in and try to grab aggro as fast as possible, especially if it's something I don't know the strats on, because then I don't have to do the mechanics. That's how I've tanked like the Neo raids, the Shadows, the Stormblood, the Final Fantasy Tactics raids. Like, just go straight in, just take the boss, just stand there. But yes, DPS classes are much more interesting. Healer is actually fun. Healer is actually kind of skill based. Like, I don't think tanking is skill based at all. You literally just like press your cooldowns and that's it. But being a healer, a good healer, also means that you do like good damage and whatever. corruption that had upset the balance of ether, but that we have since cleansed with prayer and saplings. Thus has the 12s would reclaimed a measure of peace. You've been planting trees. We have. The elementals have suffered much of late, and with these offerings we endeavor to raise their spirits. Elder Seedseer, I've got to protest. What of your people's spirits? We who dread every step we must take out of doors. That terrible monster is still out there, preying upon innocent folk without rhyme or reason, and if it doesn't strike us dead where we stand, its poison will finish the job. I know that you are afraid, but you and yours suffer still. However, 'tis under the auspices of the elementals that we may call the 12s wood home, and they too cry out for deliverance. Even the Great One quakes with fear for the blasphemy's continued existence. To ignore their plight is to invite greater tragedy for us all. Rest assured, however, that I have not forgotten the needs of the people. We bring comfort to the elementals and renew our sacred ties, that we might enlist the aid of the Great One in combating Gleipnir, and the suffocating despair it spreads. And so I pray you continue to put your faith in our guardians, and in me. Would that we could, Elder Seedseer, but we've been dealing with death and sickness since before Gleipnir's coming. They say the creeping death's nothing to fear these days, but we know better. One of ours caught it not long ago. We gave her the cure, had plenty on hand, and for a while we thought it would be all right. But by the time we realized it hadn't done a damn thing, it was too late to call the conjurer. It was a sad day for all of us when she passed, but for none more so than her poor husband, Supin. Was beside himself with grief, and who could blame him? And then came Gleipnir to compound our woes. Supin? Cannot be. Do you speak of Eosura Supin? Eosura? No, Supin was an odd one, but no one mistake him for a Pajal. Supin wasn't even his real name. That'd be Elendra. But his wife was fond of calling him Supin for some reason, and it caught on with the rest of us. I see. And what did Elendra look like? Well, I'd say he had seen no more than 30 summers. Kept to himself, came and went with nary a word at times, though after he met his beloved he became more of a fixture, friendly even. His wife was a sickly lass, but she had spirit. But spirit's not enough to beat the creeping death. Pity we couldn't do anything for her. He had finally made a new life for himself here. Thank you for recounting Elendra's story. Sad though it has helped me to better understand how much you all have suffered. I promise that you will have cause to celebrate soon. Until then, I implore you again to place your faith in the elementals, and in me. Together we shall overcome this crisis. Healer is stressful. The first Sage quest duty was harder than all of Endwalker's DPS, alright. Despite what he said, I'm certain this Elendra was Eosura Supin. To think that he was living so close by for all those years, searching for new purpose and finding true love, only to be robbed of that fulfillment too. Were he still a Pajal, empowered by the elementals, could he have saved her? He would have dwelt on the question, night after sleepless night. I know I would have. Mayhaps in the end he came to blame the elementals for his helplessness, for her death, and in despair was consumed. Aye, the animosity would linger, endure, and in vengeance would Gleipnir find its final purpose. We have done all we can to show the Great One the purity of our intent. Let us hope that we will be accepted as friends. DPS is hard with dodging mechanics, not more than that. Well, I mean, doing optimal DPS isn't really hard. At least not when you're an epic god gamer. But it depends a little bit on the class. Like, I haven't been playing a lot of DPS, so I'm really unused to, like, dodging mechanics. But I played a bit of Black Mage yesterday. But especially for Black Mage, you have so many things that you have to, like, keep track of. Like, you got your Enochian, you've got the Thundercloud ticks, and you also have the timer for your fire stuff that you have to keep track of. And while I'm like trying, and also keeping track of like standing in your little circle, and while I'm doing all of these things, I'm just like tunnel visioning on my hotkeys or my cooldowns, and then I just completely lose track of what the hell the boss is doing. The same for all DPS? Yeah. I haven't, Black Mage is the only one I have at 7 or at 80. The other ones I only played to 70. But on at level 70, I thought it was like pretty dull, to be honest, to play both. Like I had Samurai and Red Mage. They were kind of boring then, at least. Red Mage was kind of annoying because I don't know, it took like 60 seconds to build full mana. But that was in Stormblood. Our supplications cannot have escaped the Great One's notice. May it be enough to receive an audience. So I don't really know if Black Mage... I think Black Mage is probably a little bit more demanding to do well. But probably not when you're used to it. O Great One, may I abide... O Great One, may I abide ever beneath your boughs, embraced by your compassion, grace, and wisdom. Bestill the fear within your heart, and know that I am your faithful servant. All feeling, passing corruption, refreshed, renewed green, flesh restored. Child of child, covenant honored, friend, friendship, peace. It worked. The Great One speaks through the Elder Seeds here. We were right to follow Jorin's example. The corruption is but one aspect of a greater threat. Profanity's spawn, despair's orphan, sadness and anger. Sadness, death's prayer, one and all. Poison potent, wounds unmending, withering bark, no strength to share. After all we have done, you deny us? After all the Elder Seeds here has endured, she has pledged herself to you, devoted her life to the Twelveswood. The people cried out for salvation, and she answered. The elementals cried out for deliverance, and she answered. Only you can help us now. If you do not, then we are lost. She is lost. Please, I beg you. We beg you. But what are you doing here? We've been depending on the Seedseers all our lives, blaming them whenever something goes wrong, without ever considering what we might do ourselves. Aye, but no longer. The Elder Seedseer has gone to incredible lengths for her people, and so her people have come to return the favor. If her plea alone is not convincing enough, then we will raise our voices in support. We couldn't let them make the journey without protection. That, and we couldn't let them put us to shame. We too have come to stand with the Elder Seedseer. and beseech the Great One for aid. We all want the same thing, don't we? Peace restored to the forest. So please, share what you can, however little. Do not forsake us. Do not forsake her. Kan-E, covenant child, walks with man, with elemental, keeper of ancient faith, unbroken. Cannot, will not break faith to man, render up flesh. Then you agree to help us? Flesh, branches, take and join to oldest elders, renew bond as one stir. Raise up to heaven's covenant symbol, our staff, all joy, all bloom, all peace. I hope she knows what that means, because I have no idea what it's saying right now. My duty weighed heavy on my heart, so heavy that at times I scarce remembered how to breathe. For days and nights I worried that I would be found wanting. But by your faith and trust has the path forward been revealed to us. You came hither, united in purpose, and bared your hearts before the Great One. I, nay Gridania, is forever in your debt. What's that, a magical shoehorn? No. May I rely on you all once more? Bid you take these branches to every corner of the Twelveswood, and join them to the eldest trees, that we might finally win free of this despair. It shall be done, Elder Sneedsy. We swear it. God damn. Once the trees have been bound together in spirit, I shall carry out the Great One's final instruction, and cast its cleansing power all across the Twelveswood. Yet I must remind you, my friends, that Gleipnir still stalks the forest. It will not remain idle. It will attempt to stop us. Go, with hope in your hearts, but do not lose sight of the danger. But we can't do that, because we're not high enough level. I admit, for a moment I thought it wouldn't work, but the Elder Seedseer moved not only the hearts of the people, but that of the forest itself. Her final task appears to be a bit more complicated than the Great One made it sound, and so she must scour the ancient texts before the time comes and consult with the Seedseer Council to make sure all goes according to plan. It's just as well, we still need to wait until the others have joined the Great One's branches to the many ancient trees scattered throughout the Twelveswood. Then of course there is the matter of Gleipnir. He will not go peacefully as we work to hasten his demise. When he comes, we must be ready. A bowl of coconut cod chowder. It sounds disgusting. But only one thing left to do, and that is doing the story. Whew, I am ready for some voice acting. Welcome. When the satrap asked us to entertain a party of honored guests, I was wondering who it might be. This is a lovely surprise, to say the least. By the way, I heard all about Khalsal from your friend Grahatia. I understand there was nothing that could be done, but I was heartened to hear he meant us no harm. I cannot thank you enough for dispatching the beasts. As the smallest token of our thanks, your food and drink tonight are Mareed's treat. Speaking of which, what shall I start you off with? A glass of your final, a piping hot mug of chai, please. Why would I want it to be piping hot? As you wish. Pray join your friends, and I will bring you your drink. Can you be a vampire in this? No, you cannot be a vampire in this. No, you cannot be a werewolf in this. Welcome back. Whatever did the Radiant want with you? Pray tell. Our allies have sent military delegates. That's news to me. Mind sharing the details?
So blasphemy
Shut up,
now
Despes.
plague all the realms.
So blasphemy. Oh, no.
It
Never
will
mind,
only
this
get
voice
worse
acting.
if what Father said is true, as it did in Amarot.
If that's our model, then shouldn't we expect the effects to grow more severe as it feeds off its own spread? As if people transforming into those monstrosities wasn't bad enough. If the flora and fauna, if the land itself turned against us.
No one would survive.
Here's your order, friend.
Thank you.
May you find comfort in these dark times.
Where do we go from here? If there's one thing we've learned, fighting blindly and simply reacting to what comes will accomplish nothing. We must find a solution that addresses the fundamental cause. Before our strength is exhausted, before this crisis spirals out of control. Is there something, anything we've overlooked?
If there is an answer, Hydaelyn herself will have it. 'Twas she who bound Zodiac and forestalled the final days. Alas, we have heard naught from her since the Tower of Babel. Whether she cannot or will not speak, I can only speculate. Even the flower she gave us is no more.
In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember the name.
So advised the Watcher. But what could be the significance of that name? It is entirely unfamiliar to me.
To me as well. It meant something to the ancients, though. In our time.
Most surely. Yet I do not recall a single mention of it in the records of Anida.
Another dead end. And quite literally. It's not as if there are any ancients living we could go and ask.
Not alive as such, but not quite dead.
Elidibus. I sealed him in the White Auracite of the Crystal Tower back on the first. Contained within that reservoir of ether that maintains it, ether that is returned little by little to the sea. Naught may remain of his soul. However, if part of it lingers, we might be able to speak with him there. I know we can no longer make that journey, but you, my friend, still can.
It would be an opportunity to look in on the others as well.
Thank you, my friend. That would mean much to me.
If nothing else, should we learn the First is safe, we'll have that much more reason to keep fighting the good fight. That said, the odds are not in our favor, to say the least. Which is why we're fortunate to have Urianger up there on the moon, working hard to make all the necessary preparations for our departure, should it come to it.
And why we have nothing to lose by staying the course till the last instant.
Indeed. To the last, let us all do what we can. I will consult with Master Matoya and see if she knows of a way to reach Hydaelyn from the Ethereal Sea.
And I will visit the nation's leaders and attempt to ascertain how far the final days have progressed elsewhere.
Keep me abreast of your findings. I can seek out and slay the worst of the immediate threats, if only to slow the spread.
Unease, terror, despair. Try as we might to suppress them, these emotions will return to harry us time and time again. But when they do, remember this. Your friends and loved ones are out there somewhere, sharing in your struggle. You are not alone.
So ends the brief respite before the next revelation. Yes, so much left for you to see. Where beginning ends, and end begins.
Now, is there anything we've forgotten to mention? Are your arms and armor in good order? In that case, it's time we each attended to our tasks, and when you arrive on the first, give my regards to Reen. Tell her that I miss her. Take this, Robin, my spirit vessel. Empty now, of course, but it should allow you to operate the tower systems in the Umbilicus. If even the smallest fragment of Elidibus's essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for access to the Umbilicus, pray seek out Lena for assistance. Chances are she still stands watch at the Exensor Gate. Should she or anyone else ask after me, tell them I am living my life to the fullest, that I am happy hardships and all. Well, we had best be on our respective ways. God's willing, we will see each other ere long. Port Job. Port Steve Jobs. Water. Haven't been here in a while. Robin, you are returned. Have you been well, you and the others? We have no shortages of troubles, but we're well enough. Then things are much the same for you as they are here. My lord is doubtless enjoying himself. He has said this to you? These exact words? Oh, to know that he is happy. It fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Robin, for taking care of him. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself. Futile a request though it is. And tell him that all is well here. The peace you gifted us continues, and we work hard to build new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we have never been more optimistic for the morrow. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of our governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Most are of a mind that the Settlement Council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing is set in stone. But however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our lord. No one could. Have we recently observed any unusual phenomena? No, I cannot say there have been. Curious that you should ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Reen came and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she has been of late. Reen has been dedicating herself to the restoration of the empty, you see. Though it will take many long years, the goal seems to have given her newfound sense of purpose and fulfillment. So when I saw her in a state of such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what had troubled her. I dare say she would be more willing to confide in you. May I ask that you broach the subject with her? You wish to enter the umbilicus? Very well, I shall fetch the key at once, and take the opportunity to find Reen. Please wait for me in the city, in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity, shall we say? I will be along as soon as I can. I need to do all of Eden. We already did all of Eden, but on my US character, so it's undone here. I've only done 4 dungeons, I think, here. Yeah. The following event cannot be skipped. You may blah 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 blah. How many zones are there? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Do my old eyes deceive me? Is that truly Robin? Ha! It is. Full glad am I to see you hale and whole, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we are planning to produce a tome chronicling events from the Flood to the Knight's return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours would be the one to crown them all. I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing the spirit vessel, I gained valuable insights into travel beyond the rift, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds. There is no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me just one for now. In your quest to restore the night, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle? This may come as a surprise, but what? I'm gonna go with Hades. Ah, yes, Hades, he who sought to resurrect his ancient brethren. He was the final obstacle in your quest to restore the night, your battle in the depths of the Tempest, the stuff of epics. Yet compelling as it is, I worry that mere words wouldn't do justice to that fateful confrontation. Not that we would think to omit it entirely, of course. No, at the very least we will impress upon our readers that it was the climax of your hero's journey. I know you'd love to talk his ear off, Morin, but we really should be on our way. Those documents from Eulmore won't collect themselves. Of course, of course. And afterwards, would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treatise. Till next time then, do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend in particular, remind him not to overexert himself, again and again till his ears fall off, if that's what it takes for him to take it to heart. Is that the Warrior of Darkness? Oh no! It's him! It's really him. What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself. Best not, Riki. You'd only give him a stomachache. We've come to see Morin, to get his advice. One of the guard finally agreed to teach us how to fight, but first we need to choose a fighting style. While I know that I want to be a mage, Arkil isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so I was thinking of taking up the axe, or the sword, or maybe the bow. They all seem right, but it's hard to decide, so I thought I'd ask Morin. He knows about lots of things. He isn't here? Aww. Ooh, why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think suits Arkil best? Axe, sword, or bow? For protecting your friends, the sword. The sword? If you took up the sword, you could be just like... Brandon, the Warrior of Light. No, like me! I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today. It's really popular though. I hope it's still there. Thanks for helping me decide, Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style and maybe try something else later on. And when I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you. Right, I'll kill you later, once you have ripened. Bye-bye. Humph! Such fun he's been having basking in the adoration of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings. But does he spare a thought for me? Of course not. Sveul. I waited and waited and waited, but he won't so much as acknowledge the presence of his beautiful branch, even though they're right here. Such a heartless thing our sapling is, cold and cruel and heartless. Don't you have more important things to do, Your Majesty? I've no end of important tasks to attend to, but unlike some, I know what my priorities should be. And since when did my sapling become a twisted old tree that says such unkind things? But disappointed as I am, I'll overlook it this once. I know you have a lot on your mind right now. So, my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it? Aha! How do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow. Would that I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we Feyfolk is bound to that of the star. Whither it goes, so too do we follow. Such is our way. The most I could do for you is spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escapes not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. Ah, but here are the ones you were waiting for. I wonder what manner of conclusion awaits at Tale's End. My apologies for the delay. Robin, it's so wonderful to see you again. You doubtless have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure. I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I've had this feeling, like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid that something might have happened. Maybe I am overthinking things, but it's just that... I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Hydaelyn. Never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense. These past few days, though, that connection has wavered, as if that immense something was distant, then close, then distant again. And then the other night I was jolted awake by the feeling it had been completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze like during the star shower. But then I blinked and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I had seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was a figment of a half-remembered dream. Robin, what are you not telling me? I have to know. Please, it doesn't matter how terrible it is. We're all fucked. We're all gonna die. It wasn't my imagination then. The doom we witnessed in Amrot has come again. Can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here in the First. So don't worry about us. Please, look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. No, we'll hold on until you can find a way to save all our worlds. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath a blazing sky. Level 86 quests! Holy shit, we progressed! You're headed to the Umbilicus to consult with Elidibus, right? I'll do some consulting of my own and speak with Lena. Decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again, I'm certain of it. Ah, Master Robin, welcome back. The captain has told me all. Give the word and I will show you to the ocular.
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business. Acknowledged. Reinitializing Circus Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity. Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
My home. My friends. No more than a dream.
Oh, you're gonna be a bitch. Well, at least things seem to work. For now, at least.
You. Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all. So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star. The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill. Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
Thank you.
I do this not for you. I merely perform my duty, as I have ever done. Where to begin? Ah, the end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own.
The decay first took root where the currents were weakest.
Yes. A conclusion drawn by him. Fandaniel.
Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him. Long ago. Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation. So consumed by self-loathing and hate. Elpis. Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place. A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there, and before joining the Convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief. He was Hermes. That is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived. Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis. No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility. And a truth that fills my heart. My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief. In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower, which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy. As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment. Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you. Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change. For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come. In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey? Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act. You must input the commands, I no longer have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic.
Boop, boop. I know exactly what to do. I'm gonna press these buttons.
The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the Ocular. All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last mote of my essence. Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go and do not look back. Well, Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden, and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
Whee! Very windy in here. I'm gonna get one of those chunks in the face. Oh shit! They're just gigantic cures? That one doesn't even have a mask on. Or maybe he did. Oh, guide-like man. How you doing? The man stands dutifully by the Aetheryte-like device, a guide for this facility in all likelihood. Hey buddy, you attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees and hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Elidibus warned, it appears your form is intangible. This is the right place, yes? Propylaeum, Propylaeon. Judging by the woman's words, this facility is called Propylaeon. You attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention, but feel nothing, and it seems neither does she. Nice face, bro. The device is reminiscent of an aetherite. Perhaps it is possible to attune with it. Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you fail to attune with the device. You can only assume it operates differently. The remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mare Lamentorum, and the recreated emerald. It would seem you have made it to your destination.
Hey bro, can you hear me? Hey bro.
You gesticulate wildly and shout all manners of greetings and obscenities, but the man does not so much as glance in your general direction. Call him an F-word, N-word, R-word. You suspect this door leads outside, but how to open it? Just walk through it.
And here we are, Elpis. Well, well, how rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor? Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while. You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business. By the by, you see it too, yes?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's. Do you suppose he created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's his spitting image. So let's leave it be. Come now.
He's just a little bit shy.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded?
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant. You may open your eyes.
Did you make me bigger?
Oh, you even adjusted its size.
What?
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement. Without further ado then. Greetings! I am Hythlodaeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect. Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14. And how might we address you, my new friend? A fine name, and I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here. You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here?
I seek a man named Hermes.
Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
If he truly wished to be here, then he would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend. And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, Having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here. Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge, Elpis.
The dog.
This presence.
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
They were like, I'm going to make a crossbreed of a person and a bird, and I'm gonna put the wings on the head.
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour, perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to ether, creation magic allows us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for in-depth observation and study. Haha, a fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring it with us. Now then, our friend Hermes, aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be here at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Attired as you are, however, you will stand out a little too much. Our dear Emet wishes to keep a low profile for his errand, so do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do? No. No? In that case, Emet, why don't you do it yourself? No. Your whim, your responsibility. You're getting not another thimble of ether out of me. Ah, the way he scrimps sometimes, you'd think he wasn't a nigh bottomless font of magic. Very well, I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. Oh, the fog cleared. Nice. Maybe it just finished loading. Ophion. What did you do? No means no. Just be grateful I'm willing to wait. Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 petalodi. Petalodi? There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your ether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the petalodi first. Good luck. Oh, a petalodi? Coquine petaloda. got a Petaloda? Kiane Petaloda. Fuck is a Petaloda? You caught the Petalodi. Come, let us see. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion. Kiane is equals cyan? Maybe. There. It's ready. It's nothing fancy, but when we're trying not to stand out, Try it on for size. You turn living beings into clothing, just like that. Well, not just like that. You need to revert them to their constituent ether first. Lest you wonder why I asked for 2 species, it's due to the difference in their etheric balance. Blending them allows us to produce garb with superior etheric stability. Well and good to disguise and educate it, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. Emmett Selk speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you're a familiar. The question is whose? Ah, of course, Azim's. If you say you belong to him, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associates' absence. For lack of his presence, absolutely. Were he here, he'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. Yeah, let's put on the ugly-ass robes. Did I get? Robe Podea? Why did you give me pants? Yeah, whatever. No, I'm gonna take my gloves off. There we go. Can't see the pants anyway. If you are ready, let us continue along the path to Anagnorosis. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. Also, put my clothes away, or my weapons away. I'm sure they have chocobos here, don't worry about it. Also, I can't wait for how they're gonna somehow explain that we're gonna go and do hunts in the past. But yeah, we have a hunt here for you for something from 12,000 years into the past. Can you go and get that for us? Sure, you can do that. Don't worry about it. Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your mask I assume you're one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see, I see. My lips are sealed. The chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you will find him at one of the pools here. The pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Hythlodaeus, while I've never met Hermes, do you know him well? You know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, that I could. As you know, Emetzelk and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see ether quite keenly, and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short dark hair. So you know it's because we're here in Elpis that we don't have our cowls up. A special exemption, due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. Aha! It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let us find our man. Nothing quite as obscene as individuality. Hello, Fiano. My, what a curious familiar. I suppose your creator sent you here to learn our ways, and perhaps achieve some degree of enlightenment. So, what would you ask? What would you ask of me? Tell me about yourself. Like most of my colleagues here at Anagnarosis, I'm charged with observing the various creations in our care and assessing their suitability for life on Etheris. It's an enormous responsibility, of course, though the sense of achievement from bringing new species into the world makes it all worthwhile. Why don't you just let the species be on the... Just let them be alone. Leave them alone. What kind of place is this? Anagnarosis is one of the most important facilities in Elpis, as it is here that we ascertain the various merits and shortcomings of the various flora and fauna in our care. It derives its name from the ethos at the center of our work, that being the discovery of the creation's true nature. Only by allowing them to coexist in an environment such as this do they reveal unto us the essence of their being. Okey-doke. Cool, bro. We found them. Yeah, they have such funny faces. You have funny face.
Huh. You are...
Oh. Different. You're different too. You and me.
What's wrong with you?
Wait, please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends? May we please be friends?
No.
Ah, I see you found him.
Hythlodaeus! It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
I hate women. And she was annoying.
You
Learn to speak, bitch.
Emmett Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to...
What's that?
Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
An amystoma is missing.
What?
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb, with their sorry excuses for limbs?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The ambystomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree Whether they can come down safely, however. Excuse me.
I'll help too.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Alright. $100 yards to the northeast. Northwest, okay. Northwest both times. It seems Hermes and Meteon have found their quarry, which are known in this age as an ambystoma. Yet though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. The ambystoma. Hermes saw it high up in the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him, and he slipped. Is he? Do you need a hand? Oh, there he is. Upside down. Blech. No, I'm fine, if a little embarrassed. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Ugh! Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Meteon. Both you and... I'm Asim. Robin Tia, you are called. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Dot. Oh no! I had forgotten all about its fellows! Whoa! Truly, what a relief. I must thank Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way. As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here. Wow, I'm a bird. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Anagnosis. Some creations stay outside, others stay at Catesis, like the Ambistomas. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the Ambistomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space, if you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away again. Perhaps it's only your imagination, but something in the creature's demeanor bespeaks proud defiance for having gone on an adventure. Oh yeah, dude. Blah 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 blah. While Emetzelk has been accommodating thus far, he is the one who has business with Hermes. If you wish to attend, you will have to ask his permission.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways. We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins. What? Will I have to remove you by force?
I'm gonna watch anime and snooze on the sofa. Alright, dude. Take care. There are reasons I cannot speak freely.
Let's hear them then. These reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
I do not object to his attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe he can be trusted. Meteion would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself, do you hear?
So, it's finally happened, then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Fandaniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Fandaniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the star?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no, I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
I'm sorry, Robin. I didn't mean... A walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk. Forgive me. I will make it up to you, I promise. Most would jump at the chance to serve in the convocation, and yet... Don't mind us, friend. Please tend to Meteon. I get a feeling that the final days are somehow an unintended consequence of something man-made, or unintended consequence of something man-made. Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. Like this, for example. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So why did you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Ooh, I'll teach you. I can teach you. We could take turns. I tell you something, then you tell me something. Sounds like a bother. Sure, why not? Then it's settled. Where to start? Ah, yes. Let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetheryte. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is, so I'll have him explain instead. Okay. I want to talk about something else. I don't see any other talking spots. Well, okay, that is an alternative talking spot. Ah, the Aetheryte. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere. Not to the ground or other isles. For that you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. Let's go and talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetheryte. But first, before we talk to Memnon, I need to empty my Memnon. My ass hurts. Or not my ass, but my underside of my thighs. My recliner is like this. It's like flat and then and the legs are just like resting over that. It hurts really bad after you sit for like forever, which I am doing, sitting forever. Maybe I should sit in my actual chair for a while gaming. Time to get some sleep. Alright, dude. Take care. Sleep tight. And what have we here? Though you look like a person, you have the ears and tail of a beast. I assume you're a familiar like Meteor. Is there something you need? This is Robin. Could you teach him about Elvis? Ah, a newly arrived familiar, is he? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to him. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you two were created with the hope of making the star a better place, so heed your masters well and be good, do you hear? We will, Memnon, we will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn, now I get a turn. Where did you come from? From the Crystarium, I guess. Crystarium? I've never heard of it. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power. Hello, Junkmonger. What you got for me? You got armor? Hell yeah. This is terrible. How dare you? How dare you try to give me this trash? This is like a Realm Reborn tier stuff. Or is this like Eden gear? Wonder what this looks like. The Rising Dragon. This is almost cool. This is like Azura's Wrath. Where's the skin color? Make it skin color. I can just use it as a muscle suit. But you can make it yellow. You can make it stark yellow. And then you can just put on the Chocobo helmet. Like the fat Chocobo helmet. But this one, not as big of a fan, right? Looks too much like a Power Ranger. I don't like Power Ranger armor. I know Caleb does. Caleb only uses Power Ranger armor. Oh shit, I know this guy. Oh, this creation is perfect. But, I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new. Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read. Wait, please, I'll try again. With you this time. Okay, that's a great idea. You can see the final days and that everything is fucked. Greetings, can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I am not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intention. A process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings even should they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Haha, good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? Fighting. Oh, fighting. That must mean you're strong. Hermes is strong too, but he doesn't like to fight, even when creations fight him. I think we might be bothering it. Let's keep going. We'll go and see Yuanth next. She is usually in a small building. One on the west. One on the west. Whatever. To the west. No! You're not allowed to use... Wait, can you use the mount? Yeah, she just loses track of you after a little while. Well, well, if it isn't Meteon, I see you brought a friend today. Greetings, Yuan. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Robin. Oh, candied apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat Meteon. You weren't made to do so. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You have taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one of Hermes' soon, I promise. I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. I'm sorry, Robin. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours, but I failed. Tell her what you like. I don't know, what do I like? Oh, that's what you like? Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. I like killing monsters and leveling up. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? I like the N-word. Ah, excellent timing. It was a refreshing constitutional, I hope. A what? What? Back already? Ah, pity. A bit longer and we might have snuck away without you. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Meteon good. Robin wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught him. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate your keeping Meteon company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emeltselk and Hythlodaeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I am compelled to remind you that he is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at the Propylaeon. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. To see the joy his presence brings Meteon, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Robin is kind, really, truly. He taught me as much as I taught him. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots and lots. And now I think they gave us the Power Rangers armor. Ironwood chest gear coffer. Ironwood. Yep. Manganese armor. Phrygia. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Ambistoma. Have care when you step outside the hub, where there may be more unruly creatures about. Alright. First, we go and find this ether current that's here somewhere. Other side of this wonderful building. There. The only thing they're testing here is a bunch of butterflies. Wait, never mind, the place is really big. There are 3 more Aetherytes here. Oh, okay. That's interesting. This here is a new species of Petaloda we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it onto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It is the presence of a soul. Yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose form adhere to the laws of creation that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I have received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Bird of Elpis. No bird. Or bird. A fascinating creation, much like yourself, little one. Renowned as Hermes is for his flying life forms, it is a rare privilege to be able to see one of his works in progress. We're meant to be observing Hermes, but instead we're stuck with Meteon. Well, I suppose she herself serves as proof of his prowess as a researcher and creator both. Interesting. You're interesting too. Tell me, how did you find the Ambistoma? Oh, you made the sprites? Ah yes, Lightning Pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call this building a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now the element is lightning, which draws the Pneuma here to replenish their ether. It appears Meteon is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the Pneuma? Okay. I thought we were gonna kill them. By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Boink. Target missed. I was trying to AoE them. What do you mean target missed? Come on. What am I trying to hit here? Or do I need to hit the destination? Yeah, okay. I was trying to hit them. Perfectly done, Robin. Look. See how they gather to feed, how they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the Pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the Petaloda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Is Meteon a living being? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodaeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Oh, you have finished already. I'm sorry, I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. That was a quest? When you see like 30 people standing in a bunch, that means it's a quest. Ah, this fellow has been the talk of the Bureau. The combination of a carefree aspect and endless rows of fangs is strangely charming. Was there a guiding theme or any method to the madness that is this random assortment of features? It's adorable, but beware its sneeze. Hermes went flying once.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects.
Now we know the true name of the Gubu, an Ampelos.
So, how are we coming along?
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
Yes, we remember Naruto flashback.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Entelekis.
That's
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay, I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelecchies.
I don't see why not. Well, if I'm thin, it's because Emmet Selk didn't do a proper job.
Well, aren't we ungrateful? Mayhap I should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
A deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, or even you would be able to make use of it, even if we knew. But it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. What do you specialize in? Oh, you wish to know why Emmet Selk was chosen for the convocation. I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Just let me. It'll like you or no, we're friends. In thinness. Hell yeah, dude. What now? I want to learn about the convocation. If you would accompany us, I suppose you could at least know that much. The Convocation of 14 is a governing body that determines myriad policies. Our goal is to ensure that all is right in creation, that our star may know a brighter future. As the name suggests, the Council is comprised of 14 offices, each of which is held by an individual chosen for their surpassing abilities. Depending on the office, one is required to either be an authority in a certain field or possess skills that would facilitate the performance of their stipulated duties. The former category includes Mitron, specialist in aquatic life, Logriff, specialist in terrestrial life and husbandry, Halmarut, specialist in fungal and plant life, Emerololf, specialist in medicine and healing, and La Habrea, specialist in creation magics, who has brought forth phantom beings of the highest complexity. As for the latter category, there is Ultima, advocate of the arts, Igiorn, champion of enlightenment and rhetoric, Ashtalot, preserver of discipline and order, Emmet Silk, keeper of the ethereal realm or underworld in the vernacular, Fandaniel, pursuer of extant phenomena, and Elzan, traveler of the world and counselor to the people. What? Should I be revealing such details to you? Oh, don't be silly, even children know this much and you would do well to remember it all. My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Ampelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released onto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis. That is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head forth. The Charybdis? I recognize that, don't I? What is that guy doing there? He's just chilling. I love my work, yet at times such as this, the mind wanders. Where might I go that monuments to man's ingenuity might I... Where might I go? What monuments to man's ingenuity might I see, had I only the time to spare? Poor little guy. Why is this one blue and shiny? Oh, forgive me. I thought another member of the convocation had come. This is turning out to be an eventful day. There is a slight difference in etheric balance between these Charybdises. By this, it may be assumed that they aren't the original creations, but their offspring. A serpentine bird, or a winged snake. I understand there is a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it's capable of flight. The specimens created from the concepts could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third-generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to raise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know? But of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robots. Shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that when transformed I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may... Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emet-Selch, might I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Oh! Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. Just like wobbling after. Emet-Selch is out of sight. Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emet-Selch train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Robin, I want you to go to Emet-Selch. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck. With the chat mode in say, enter I have a favor to ask to Emmett Silk. I have a favor to ask. Nibba. Oh, come on. Well, are your preparations for the scheme that are your preparations for the scheme that is clearly not a scheme complete? Yes. Bro. No, I have. There, you had to do. It had to be a capital I. Oh, you. Oh no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. Ah, I don't know what Hythlodaeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hythlodaeus is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-wary Emmett Selk. Please, Emmett Selk. Be a bro.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
All this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
You're not even gonna fly yourself?
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
Hell yeah, dude. Can you like summon a beer?
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand.
Hello,
How
Garboy.
surprised he was.
Yeah.
Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault.
I have nothing better to do.
He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow. His antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine. And together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
He's so happy he can fly. Now, how do we deal with this blue color? Looks weird.
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
We're waving? Does this count as a wave? May need to wave. Where's wave? There's wave. Hey, hey! Yo-ho! Woohoo! Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selk notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Robin and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed, with this we have proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion, if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Hermes? I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Anagnorosis for now. You know what? I'm gonna teleport back. Too far to run. Who running? No, I forgot to buy flour. I have to go to the store tomorrow, after all. All the creations are happy. That makes me happy too. Now you've seen what I do. Was it everything you were expecting? I thoroughly enjoyed myself. At the end, most of all. What? You want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. During this sickness, Grandma shops for me. Nice. I bet you're not even sick. You're just being a little baby. You're like, wah, my little sniffly Grandma. Eesh. I wish. Tell me, Robin, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis seemed promising. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lycaon. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby Occupites, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the Occupites were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lycaon that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there is no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. How's the queue? Enough time has passed to make it bearable? No, not at all. It entirely depends on when you try to log in. Like today, I tried to log in on the Europe servers slightly after lunch, and I had like a 2,000 person queue, which took like 2 hours, 3 hours to get through. If you try to log in around 4 o'clock, it's gonna be like 8,000 people in the queue. But I'm also playing on pretty much the biggest Europe server. So it depends on where you play as well. But if you log in like 9 o'clock in the morning, then it's maybe like 500 people in the queue and it takes like 15 minutes. So it all depends on like what you can, when you can like manage to play yourself. As long as you start playing after midnight or way before lunch, it's fine. Or if you are able to play during the work week, it's mostly fine until 4 o'clock. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. Hermes! Wait! If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. Yep. Occupy. Oh, this is what got killed. The angry antlerbird got fucked up. A fearsome beast, this Lycaon, but where is it now? The Occupy is no easy prey. With its hooves and horns, it was designed to be formidable even on land. Yet they didn't stand a chance against the Lycaon. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. A Lycaon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emmett Selk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycaon did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Rob. Come. It's down this path and over the bridge. Fearsome beast. Oh, no. Still the same thing. Ignorant. First of all, there's something here, I think. There is. Another one? No! Leave me alone, you Gripsy! Called Grips. Some kind of map editor? There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair. I think I'll know him when I see him. In what sense? Just editing variables and shit, or what? Oh. If you're with Meteon, then I assume you're on the errand for Hermes. What can I do for you? Sorry, wrong person. We're looking for Doros. Ah, I see. We do have similar hair, so people often mistake us from afar. I hope you find him soon. Once I get back and record today's results, I should finally be able to put that report to bed. Not Doros. His hair is long, but the color is wrong. Yeah, see, it's just like real life. You gotta plan your buildings, or you're gonna regret it. Take this lesson to heart when you go and build your house. Doros! That's Doros! Well now, if it isn't Meteon, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycaons, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields in restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Catesis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that a Lycaon slaughtered Occupites. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released. I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Lycaons would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive, and potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Pashtarat may wish to have words with you. Rest assured I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its application are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate the subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief. Let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat unto the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycaons have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emmett Selk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray, show them to the meeting room. To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. Oh shit. What are you teaching her? I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Meteon, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Robin. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Meteon in your care again? I am in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Robin? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most, of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. What we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree. Ooh, so big and bright, I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. Oh. Where'd you go? Oh, there she is. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine though. Let's keep looking. Come on, slowpoke. I know this guy. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Oh, it's a conium, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at it. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Robin, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. I fucking hate flowers, dude. You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses, with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah! Over there, Robin. Something big. Huge! Yep, that's a Marlboro. A terrible stench, reminiscent of sodden old boots, pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the Morbol-like creature before you. It's an Adonis! The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Robin? Would he like it? I'd rather not go near that thing. So not this one either. Finding a good flower, it's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Robin, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. But first... Is that a flying Tyrannosaurus? What is that? Shockmaw. Okay. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Aw, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there. What could it be? Ooh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entelechy. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, those. For others, they're white and bright. They're always white and bright. Truly, the flower was dark in your home. Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion. I dare say I have a few. You don't have to say it. I can feel it's something you want to hide. But won't you lend it to me? The darkness inside you. I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Hell yeah, that's just like Twitter, dude. Truly? You'll do it? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Robin. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Yeah, I'm gonna make this flower sad in front of you. That'll make you happy, right? Perfect. Genius plan. Stupid woman. What the fuck is she talking about? I'm breaking all the rules. I'm just running over the poisonous flowers. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they've finished.
Hermes!
Yeah, let's give him the sad flowers. He's gonna be so happy.
Oh. You were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes. We've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
Alright, I'm gonna be very, very sad.
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Mission has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
Hedgehog!
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Metion's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Oh, I could tell you all about suffering. Glad I could be of service.
To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden. You are a strange one. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties. And thus far, I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right.
Why did you put bird wings on her head? Well, I guess that's that for today. Went over a little bit just to finish the quest. No. Continue. So, until then, thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye-bye.